allow me to read the agenda for today's program. First, opening ceremony. Second, presentation sessions. Third, the Q&A or question and answer sessions. And fourth, closing ceremony. Dear ladies and gentlemen, as the series of the opening ceremony, let's open our program today by reciting Surah Al-Fatihah together so that our program will run well. Ala hadhihi niyyah wa ala kulli niyyatin salihah. Al-Fatihah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, arrahmanirrahim, maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Thank you. The following program is singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya and the hymn of IAIN Pekalongan. Dear audiences, would you please be upstanding? Hadirin dimohon berdiri. Well, thank you, Bapak Ibu. Dear audiences, please be seated. Hadirin disilahkan duduk kembali. The following agenda is committee remarks. For this time, this will be delivered by the Director of Postgraduate Program of IAIN Pekalongan, Associate Professor Dr. Dedi Rohayana, M.Ag. Please, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'inu ala umuri dunya waddin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in, amma ba'du. Yang sangat saya hormati Bapak Rektor IAIN Pekalongan, Bapak Dr. Haji Zainal Mustaqim M.Ag, beserta seluruh jajaran pimpinan Direktorat. Yang sangat saya hormati Ibu Wakil Direktur Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan, Ibu Dr. Hajah Susminingsih M.Ag, para Kaprodi beserta seluruh Sekretaris Prodi. Yang saya banggakan, seluruh mahasiswa Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan yang pada pagi hari ini bergabung dalam acara field trip secara virtual, dan tak lupa yang sama-sama kita hormati dan kita banggakan para narasumber. Yang pertama adalah Ibu Profesor Jill M. Aldridge dari Curtin University Australia. Kemudian Ibu Profesor Dr. Suhaiza Hanim dari Universiti Malaya, Malaysia. Kemudian Ibu Profesor Dr. Asmak Rahman dari Universiti Malaya, Malaysia. Hadirin wa hadirat yang saya hormati. Pertama-tama syukur alhamdulillah saya sampaikan kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala karena acara field trip yang dilaksanakan secara daring, secara virtual pada hari ini bisa berjalan dengan lancar, tidak ada halangan apa-apa. Dalam kesempatan sambutan ini saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia karena mayoritas yang hadir ini kelihatannya kalau menggunakan bahasa Inggris seperti yang tadi disampaikan oleh Pak Dr. Ali Gupron, kayaknya banyak yang tidak pahamnya ketimbang yang pahamnya. Nah, oleh karena itu saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia saja. Nanti untuk menjelaskan kepada para narasumber terkait dengan apa yang saya sampaikan, saya mohon kepada Pak Ali dan Bu Titien sebagai host ya dan moderator mungkin nanti bisa menyampaikan ke para narasumber, karena memang yang sangat ahli di bidang bahasa Inggris ini Bu Titien dan Pak Ali. Oleh karena itu mohon nanti kalau para narasumber sudah hadir kemudian menyampaikan tadi apa yang disampaikan oleh saya di dalam sambutan mungkin bisa disampaikan kepada beliau-beliau itu. Salawat dan salam tak lupa mudah-mudahan senantiasa dilimpahkan dan dicurahkan kepada Nabi dan Rasul kita, Nabi Agung, Nabi Mohamad SAW, kepada seluruh keluarganya, seluruh sahabatnya, seluruh umatnya, wabil khusus kita yang hadir pada kesempatan field trip secara virtual pada hari ini. Selanjutnya yang ingin saya sampaikan dalam kesempatan sambutan ini tentu yang pertama sekali itu adalah kita mengucapkan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya dan tak terhingga kepada para narasumber yang sudah berkenan untuk meluangkan waktu untuk berbagi ilmunya dengan kita semuanya. Saya atas nama IAIN Pekalongan, atas nama Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan, dan atas nama semua peserta yang hadir di dalam field trip virtual ini mengucapkan terima kasih kepada para narasumber, kepada Prof Jill, kepada Prof Suhaiza, kepada Prof Asmak, kita semuanya, dan saya secara pribadi mengucapkan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya atas kehadiran beliau-beliau yang tentu tanpa kehadiran beliau itulah acara kita pada hari ini tidak akan bisa berjalan sebagaimana yang kita harapkan bersama. Oleh karena itu kita mengucapkan terima kasih kepada beliau bertiga sebagai narasumber yang sudah berkenan untuk berbagi pengalaman, berbagi informasi, berbagi ilmu dengan kita semuanya. Dan saya juga atas nama Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan, atas nama IAIN Pekalongan memohon maaf apabila di dalam pelaksanaan field trip virtual ini banyak kekurangannya, mungkin nanti sinyalnya kurang bagus, kurang jelas suaranya dan lain sebagainya. Kita semuanya mohon maaf kepada para narasumber. Yang selanjutnya dalam kesempatan yang sangat istimewa ini, saya juga mengucapkan selamat kepada para peserta field trip, kepada Bapak Ibu semuanya, mahasiswa Pascasarjana Pekalongan yang sekarang bergabung di field trip virtual ini. Tadi disampaikan di dalam ngobrol-ngobrol Bu Wadir dengan para mahasiswa Pasca bahwa ini adalah berkah ya untuk Bapak Ibu semuanya. Di satu sisi ini adalah satu kekurangan bahwa Bapak Ibu semuanya tidak bisa melaksanakan field trip secara offline, mungkin tidak bisa menyaksikan langsung bagaimana kampus-kampus beliau-beliau itu yang sudah menjadi kampus-kampus yang hebat, kampus-kampus yang maju. Curtin University, saya pernah berkunjung ke sana gitu. Mungkin ketika saya berkunjung ke sana, Bu Titien mungkin belum di sana mungkin. atau mungkin sudah di sana tapi saya belum kenal dengan Bu Titien. Jadi saya pernah ke Curtin, ada sekitar 33 ketua setain waktu itu yang berkunjung ke Curtin University, dan kampusnya sangat megah, sangat luar biasa. Itu tahun 2010. 2010 saja kampusnya sedemikian megah, sedemikian hebat, bahkan tempat parkirnya saja kayaknya dibandingkan dengan kampus IAIN Pekalongan mungkin masih luasan kampus Curtin University. Nah, ini salah satu kehebatan dari kampus-kampus yang di luar negara kita, Bapak Ibu semuanya. Salah satunya adalah Curtin University, dan alhamdulillah pada hari ini Bapak Ibu semuanya nanti akan berbagi pengalaman, berbagi ilmu dengan salah satu profesor yang ada di Curtin University. Bisa ditanyakan bagaimana pengelolaan kampus Curtin University, Pascasarjana bagaimana, dan lain sebagainya. Termasuk juga Bu Titien dulu juga alumni dari Curtin University. Termasuk juga pada pagi hari ini ada narasumber dari Universiti Malaya, Malaysia. Dan alhamdulillah juga saya secara pribadi sudah menyaksikan langsung, ya, bahkan sudah 2 kali atau 3 kali mungkin ke Universiti Malaya itu. Kampusnya juga besar, hebat, dan itu saya ke sana itu kurang lebih tahun 2009 pertama kalinya. Tahun 2009 saja sudah sedemikian besar, sudah sedemikian hebatnya, apalagi sekarang gitu. Apalagi sekarang sudah 12 tahun kemudian. Termasuk Curtin, saya 2010, sekarang sudah 11 tahun kemudian. Mungkin saya tidak bisa menggambarkan lah bagaimana sekarang hebatnya Curtin dengan Universiti Malaya itu. Nah, oleh karena itu dalam kesempatan ini saya ingin mengucapkan selamat ya kepada Bapak Ibu semuanya. Meskipun ada kekurangannya tadi, tidak bisa menyaksikan kehebatan kampus-kampus tersebut, tetapi di satu sisi kalau berbagi pengalaman, berbagi informasi, berbagi ilmu, ini tetap bisa dilaksanakan. Dengan kemajuan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi, kita bisa menjalankan field trip secara virtual. Itu adalah kekurangannya, tidak bisa menyaksikan secara kasat mata kita semuanya. Tetapi secara kelebihannya, Bapak Ibu semuanya bisa menjalankan field trip ini dari tempatnya masing-masing. Ada yang dari rumah, ada yang dari sekolah, ya, dari mana saja bisa hadir. Ini kan kelebihannya, sehingga tidak merepotkan gitu, tidak merepotkan Bapak Ibu semuanya. Kalau yang offline itu kan harus naik bis berapa jam itu ke bandara Soekarno-Hatta, kemudian naik kereta api, naik pesawat, naik mobil lagi, capek juga gitu. Field trip itu di satu sisi bisa menyaksikan langsung, tetapi di satu sisi, nah mungkin secara fisik, terutama Bapak Ibu semuanya yang fisiknya mungkin sudah kurang maksimal, ini kan nanti kalau secara offline ini juga membutuhkan kesiapan yang banyak. Tetapi secara virtual, alhamdulillah Bapak Ibu semuanya bisa menjalankan dengan mudah, dengan di mana saja bisa. Yang penting ada kuota pulsanya begitu. Nah, oleh karena itu Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, ini adalah salah satu berkah ya bagi Bapak Ibu semuanya. Bahkan kalau menurut saya kegiatan field trip secara virtual ini bisa lebih komunikatif, bisa lebih komunikatif dan bisa lebih banyak menggali lagi informasi-informasi dari para narasumber. Artinya Bapak Ibu semuanya tidak segan-segan, tidak pakai untuk bertanya, disiapkan dan sebagainya. Apalagi waktunya, saya lihat di rundown acara itu dari jam 9 sampai jam 3 sore. Ini cukup lama Sehingga silakan Bapak Ibu semuanya bisa berdialog, bisa bertanya kepada para narasumber terkait dengan dengan hal-hal yang ingin ditanyakan lah kepada mereka. Tentunya sesuai dengan tema kita, bahwa tema yang diangkat di dalam acara field trip hari ini itu terkait dengan penguatan jaringan universitas menuju proses pembelajaran yang berkualitas. Jadi bagaimana proses pembelajaran itu berkualitas, mungkin bisa di-sharing secara pengalaman, secara informasi dengan beliau-beliau sebagai narasumber. Jadi itu yang menurut saya yang perlu saya sampaikan kepada Bapak Ibu semuanya, dan yang seterusnya atas nama Direktur Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan ya, yang baru tentu karena yang lama ini Pak Pak Profesor Makrum begitu. Saya mengucapkan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya kepada segenap panitia FieldTrip, kepada jajaran pimpinan di Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan yang sudah menyiapkan segala sesuatu untuk bisa berjalannya acara FieldTrip virtual pada hari ini. Dan kepada seluruh mahasiswa, saya mohon ya kepada Bapak Ibu semuanya, ini adalah kesempatan yang sangat berharga Bapak Ibu semuanya. Sangat berharga sekali, mungkin siapa tahu di antara Bapak Ibu semuanya ada yang berminat di tahun-tahun yang akan datang kuliah di Curtin University, di Universiti Malaya, begitu bisa ditanyakan kepada beliau-beliau itu. Kalau Curtin itu, kalau pengalaman saya dulu itu dari Bali itu hanya 2 jam, Bu Titien ya, Bu Titien. Dari 2 jam itu, dari Bandara Ngurah Rai ke sana itu hanya 2 jam tuh. 3 jam ya. Jadi Kepet itu hanya 2 jam 3 jam Bu Titien ya. Jadi itu sangat mungkin dijangkau dari Bali. Artinya seperti dari Semarang ke Aceh itu 3 jam juga itu. Jadi seperti Semarang Aceh, Bali Pet itu ya seperti Semarang ke Aceh itu sekitar 3 jam. Malah jauhan ke Papua dibandingkan dengan ke Pet begitu. Kalau ke Papua malah dari Semarang itu mungkin bisa 5 jam, bisa 5 jam 6 jam. Nah, ini adalah salah satu kesempatan kepada Bapak Ibu semuanya, para mahasiswa Pasca, untuk bisa berbagi pengalaman, berbagi ilmu, bertanya kepada beliau-beliau, adalah beliau sudah sangat expert di bidangnya, di bidang perguruan tinggi, proses pembelajaran di kampus-kampus beliau-beliau itu. Saya kira itu saja yang bisa saya sampaikan dalam kesempatan sambutan ini, dan saya berharap kepada para peserta jangan ada yang meninggalkan FieldTrip virtual ini sampai acara selesai, karena ini adalah kesempatan yang sangat langka, dan memang acara FieldTrip virtual ini kita sudah didesain oleh situasi dan kondisi Bapak Ibu semua. Bukan berarti kita tidak mau offline, tetapi karena situasi dan kondisi tidak memungkinkan untuk offline, apalagi sekarang semakin mengganas ya, semakin banyak penyebaran COVID-19, maka tentu kita juga harus membantu pemerintah untuk bisa bagaimana upaya pemerintah dibantu oleh kita untuk bisa memperkecil lah ruang gerak daripada penyebaran COVID-19 ini. Bahkan di Pascasarjana juga untuk beberapa hari ke depan kita lakukan pengetatan terkait dengan penyebaran COVID-19 ini. Nah, saya kira itu saja yang bisa saya sampaikan, dan mohon nanti kepada Pak Ali Gupron atau Bu Titin disampaikan kepada para narasumber ucapan terima kasih dari jajaran pimpinan IAIN Pekalongan secara umum dan secara khusus dari pimpinan yang di Pascasarjana atas kesediaan beliau-beliau menjadi narasumber pada kegiatan FieldTrip hari ini, dan juga permohonan maaf apabila di dalam pelaksanaannya banyak kekurangan, mungkin sinyalnya kurang kuat, suaranya kurang bagus, atau mungkin juga termasuk honornya kurang sesuai begitu Bu Titin, juga mohon maaf gitu disampaikan kepada beliau-beliau, karena kita sebagai kampus negeri tentunya menyesuaikan dengan regulasi-regulasi yang ada. Tetapi kita sudah berusaha maksimal untuk bisa menyelenggarakan kegiatan FieldTrip ini dengan sebaik-baiknya, agar semua pihak yang terkait dengan FieldTrip ini bisa merasa dirumati, merasa dilayani dengan sebaik-baiknya. Saya kira itu saja yang bisa saya sampaikan dalam kesempatan sambutan ini. Sekali lagi terima kasih atas panitia, ya, segenap panitia, para pimpinan di Pasca, dan juga kepada Bu Titin yang sudah menjadi moderator dalam kesempatan FieldTrip virtual pada hari ini, dan juga kepada teman-teman mahasiswa saya mengucapkan terima kasih dan dimanfaatkan sebaik-baiknya. Ini adalah kesempatan yang mungkin bisa jadi tidak terulang 2 kali atau 3 kali, karena bisa jadi yang tahun depan itu sudah offline Bapak Ibu semuanya. Demikian yang bisa saya sampaikan dalam kesempatan ini. Terima kasih sekali lagi, dan mohon maaf atas hal-hal yang kurang berkenan bagi Bapak Ibu semuanya. Dan dengan membaca Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, maka acara FieldTrip pada hari ini saya nyatakan dibuka. Demikian Bapak Ibu semuanya, akhirul kalam, billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wallahul muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much to Bapak Dr. Adi Dedi Rohayana for his opening remarks. Terima kasih Bapak Direktur atas sambutannya. Well, Bapak Ibu, the following agenda is prayer. Doa akan dipimpin oleh Bapak Kiai Dr. Selamat Undung M.Ag. Please, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Al-Fatihah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa barik ala Sayyidina Muhammad Sayyidil awwalin wal akhirin wa sallim wa radiyallahu tabaraka wa ta'ala an kulli sadatina ala ashabi Sayyidina Rasulillah ajma'in. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhi ta'ati sultani. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammadin tibbil qulubi wa dawaiha wa afiyatil abdani wa shifaiha wa nuril absari wa diyaiha wa qutil ajsad wal arwahi wa qadaiha wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallim. Allahumma jammilna bil afiyah was salamah wa haqqiqna bit taqwa wal istiqamah wa a'inna min mujibatin nadamah innaka sami'ud du'a. Allahumma rabbana zidna ilman nafi'a warzuqna fahman nabiyya wa amalan mutaqabbala wa rizqan halalan tayyiban birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Allahumma adfa' عنا البلاء والوباء والقرانة والزلازل والمحن وسوء الفتنة والمحن ما ظهر منها وما بطن عن بلدنا إندونيسيا خاصة وسائر البلدان المسلمين عامة يا رب العالمين. اللهم جملنا اللهم جملنا يا الله. Allahumma ij'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma waj'al tafarruqana min ba'di tafarruqan ma'suma wa la tada' fina wa la ma'ana syakiyyan wa la mahruma. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina 'adzabannar wa qina 'adzabannar wa qina 'adzabannar. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد النبي الأمي وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. بسر الفاتحة. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, well, Bapak Ibu, before continuing our agenda to the next program, which is presentation sessions, we will have taking photo session. So please open your photo. Jadi Bapak Ibu, sebelum kita melanjutkan ke sesi berikutnya, sesi presentasi yang nantinya akan dipimpin oleh Ibu Moderator kita akan mengadakan sesi foto bersama. Mohon untuk semua hadirin untuk membuka foto kameranya masing-masing. Oke, saya beri aba-aba. 1, 2, 3. Lagi. 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you, Bapak Ibu. Okay, well, dear ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda is presentation sessions. This session will be guided by our moderator, Ibu Titien Swastiningsih Soebari, M.Ed, Ph.D. She is our lecturer in the postgraduate program of IAIN Pekalongan. She is also one of the alumni of Curtin University, Western Australia. And we know that one of our today's speaker is Professor Jill Aldridge, who is also from Curtin University. Well, Ibu Titien, would you please start to guide this presentation and Q&A sessions? I'll be back at the closing ceremony. Ibu Titien, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Bapak Ali Gufron, for being an MC, and it's very nice of you. Bapak Ibu, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And this very nice morning, it is my privilege to have all of you here on the virtual field trip for postgraduate program of IAIN Pekalongan, Indonesia, on Wednesday, 30th of June, 2021. And our theme today is strengthening the university network towards competitive learning quality. As we know that international networking is very important for university to develop global partnerships and fostering relationships. Such partnerships will contribute endlessly to academic and scientific progress, of course. And this will also provide a huge amount of opportunities for students and staff to improve the learning quality. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me introduce myself. I know that everybody know me because most of here are my students and also my colleagues. But the two speakers, maybe from Malaysia, have known me before. My name is Titien Soebari. I'm from IAIN Pekalongan, Indonesia. And this morning, I will be responsible for hosting this program today. And I'm glad to welcome our speakers. Because today there are 3 lady speakers. So I will mention their names one by one. The first speaker will be Professor Jill M. Aldridge. She is a distinguished professor of education with School of Education, Curtin University, Western Australia. And the second speaker will be Datin Sri, Professor Dr. Suhaiza Hanim Dato Mohamad Zailani. She is a professor of supply chain with the Faculty of Business and Accountancy, University of Malaya, Malaysia. And the third speaker will be Dr. Asmak binti Rahman. She is Associate Professor with Department of Sharia and Economics, Academy of Islamic Studies, University of Malaya, Malaysia. All right, not wasting the time for the first session, I will invite Professor Jill Aldridge. Professor Aldridge here will present her topic today on teacher professional learning. And she was my supervisor, my promoter when I was doing my PhD at Curtin University. Before she starts her presentation, I would like to give you some information that at the end of her presentation, Professor Aldridge will answer questions from the audiences directly. If you have any questions, you need to raise hand and then I will give you the opportunity to address questions. Because Professor Aldridge will directly give the opportunity to have question and answer because she has to leave the meeting as soon as his session is over, okay? And now here is our first speaker, Please welcome Professor Jill M. Aldridge.
Thank you, Titien, and thank you to everybody else. Welcome to today. I noticed that Titien said it was a lovely day over there. It's a very wet and windy day over here in Western Australia. It's and we've gone into lockdown, and I'm assuming that perhaps you're in the same boat. So today I'm going to talk to you about teacher professional development. And so just let me start my slide. Excuse me for a moment. Titien, can you please enable screen sharing for me, please?
I think the committee, please make Professor Aldridge to be a host, so she can share her material.
Ya, Mas Jadi atau Pak Ali Gufron, tolong dibantu share screen materi, Pak.
Sudah menjadi co-host Prof. Jill?
No. Yes, I now have screen sharing. Tell me, oh, I think I've shared the wrong one. Hold on, those my notes? Yes, wrong one, sorry. That's the right one. So with that, Titien, can you please confirm that you can see the correct slide?
Yes.
Yes, sure.
Yes.
We all can see your screens here.
Okay, not the one with the notes on it, yes?
No.
Lovely, thank you so much. Thank you to those people that have organised today. I know a lot of work goes into organising and getting everything ready. And a very special thank you and welcome to the students who have come to listen today to the field trip. I know that you're all from a very broad spectrum of different backgrounds. Some of you are in business and economics and others of you are teachers. I do hope that the people who are not in the education side will also get some benefit from this presentation. Let me begin. I wonder just to think for a moment, what makes a great education system? When we think about it, do we think about the standards that teachers have to adhere to, the training that teachers undergo, the type of facilities that they have, the money that's thrown at it, and we know that some countries have a lot more money than others to throw at education. I think, though, in the end, it's about the teachers. Now, what makes the teachers great? Is it their degree? I think this might make a little bit of a difference. Is it their knowledge about the content? I would say almost definitely. Their ability to engage students in the lessons? Almost definitely. But I think most of all, a great teacher is really one that is the best learner. In our education today, we're grappling with so many changes. I mean, the COVID-19 is one example, but really with technology and learning online and everything else, I think our best educators are the ones that can really keep moving forward and keep learning despite any difficulties. Let me just go back for a minute and think about the education system. Making a great education system, I think, is what most countries want to do. So in many countries, they become priorities in policies and they throw a lot of money at reform efforts in an attempt to make it better. Making a great education system, though, requires a collaborative effort. We need to be able to think about improving education and professional learning in terms of how we expand our educators. We need to think about how we can work with schools to help them become a learning organisation. The OECD have provided a booklet or a PDF based on what makes a learning organisation. I think in terms of change, I know in the Western world, and I'm unsure what's happening in Indonesia at the moment, but the frenetic culture of change, it can really be tempting to try and find solutions that are off the shelf, so ready-made solutions that you just implant into your school. But what we find is that if school improvement is going to be sustainable, then we need to look beyond these off-the-shelf solutions. We need to look at how we can build the capacity of our educators to produce educators that want to seek answers, want to critically assess what's going on, and then selectively incorporate new ideas and practices. In the OEC's document, they talk about several different elements that might impact on student learning, and they look at this learning organisation as an integrated model. I'm just going to go through some of these facets that they talk about, such as developing a shared vision, which are very important at the school level. I think these are important because it's very easy for people to think that educators are going to be able to make a difference on their own. But unless we get the organisational learning climate and the school culture right, then whatever we do with teachers is not going to make a big improvement. The first of the OECD aspects was developing a shared vision. In schools, if we don't develop a shared vision of learning, then really improvement in terms of student learning is not going to happen. We need to make sure that the vision focuses on a broad range of learning outcomes that encompass both the present and the future. We need to think about the vision that's inspiring and motivating. And we need to make sure that the learning and teaching are oriented towards this vision. Vision needs to be an outcome that involves all of the staff. So it's no good just having somebody at the top dictate what the vision is going to be, because you need to have the buy-in from the staff themselves. And I've seen schools that are successful in this also include students, parents, and other external community members. For a school to improve and become a learning organisation, there has to be team learning and collaboration. In schools, staff need to learn to work together. You know, often as teachers, we work in our classrooms and we're quite isolated, and we call that a siloed effect, where individual teachers are working on their own, struggling with their own problems. But what we've found is that if you have more collaborative cultures in schools, then the teachers tend to share ideas and they tend to actually grow with themselves, and the expertise within the school gets shared amongst the different staff. And importantly also, if you have a much more collaborative environment, it's much more difficult for ineffective teachers to stay hidden. So to get a collaborative environment, then we need to think about how we can develop trust within the staff to share, because often we're not used to sharing as teachers. So trust and mutual respect are the core values. Your staff need to reflect together on how to make their own learning more powerful. And the school needs to allocate time for these to happen. And often that's a tricky one if the principal's not on board. Another element that the OECD talk about is the learning with and from external environment and the larger system. In the same way that teachers are often siloed in terms of being in their classroom, schools often can also be siloed. And the OECD recommend that we actually look towards learning not just from within the school, but also between schools and from other external agents as well. So in Australia, we have a lot of partnerships between schools and the university, between schools and the vocational educational classes, but also between schools and the industry as well in some cases. For me, I think this is probably the most critical one, the leadership, the modeling and growing learning leadership. So it's not just about the leadership at the principal level, but for a learning organization, we need to have leadership that models that leadership, that distributes leadership between other staff. So they actually empower other staff to become leaders, and they help to grow leaders that include the students as well. The school leaders need to be proactive and become change agents. Again, I'm not sure about your Indonesian situation, but my work with leadership in schools, I find that often school leadership actually lacks some of the skills that are needed to lead a school. So often in our system, we come up from being a teacher to being a middle leader and then being a principal. And the problem with that is that perhaps they haven't had the training that they need. So we need to think about how we can help our leaders to become better leaders. We need to help them to learn how to develop the school culture and the structures within the schools to permit that collaboration and professional dialogue that we spoke about before. And we need to ensure that the leader is able to drive the school in terms of the actions and making sure that they're consistent with the goals and the values. So when schools improve, and we're thinking here in terms of the school and the professional learning that goes on within it, it actually sits within a context. There are many school improvement frameworks, and this one by Stoll is something that I find useful. So we can see in our improvement process, we have an improvement culture, and that's what we were talking about in the last section. We have an improvement culture which needs to involve a strong shared vision, the collaborativeness. So you need to have teachers that are interacting and talking and sharing their teaching, but also between students as well. So you need to have that culture of learning. A big one here for me is the culture of trust and respect, because if you really want to improve your school, then you need to have teachers that are willing to take risks and be innovative in their teaching. You need to have improvement processes in place as well. These are in the middle here, the improvement processes. So you need to have things like time, professional learning, and so forth, to be able to make sure that your staff are able to act upon improvement. And then finally, you have improvement outcomes. And you can see that all three of these impact on each other. So there's no real start point or end point, but we know that all three are important. Without the culture, the improvement processes won't take place. And without the improvement processes, the outcomes won't take place. And the same goes the other way around as well. So there's no starting or end point. And within these concepts, there needs to be a strong culture which is influenced by the school's willingness to become or stay a learning culture. And again, leadership is central to the school culture in which the improvement occurs. And I very much like this quote: "For better or for worse, principals set the conditions for the teacher community, the ways in which they manage the school resources, relate to teachers and students, and support or inhibit the social interaction." Organizational learning is very closely aligned to learning in the business world as well. And a lot of the work that's being used in education has actually also been drawn from or come out of the business world. Sean talked about how individual learning and organizational learning are actually very closely linked. For learning to occur, you need to have an organization needs to use strategies to systematically integrate both individual and collective learning into skills and knowledge that are going to deeply affect the organisation. So in this example here then, an individual teacher might implement a new questioning strategy based on the latest research in cognitive development. So here we have the action that they plan. They might they might take a course, they might visit other teachers who have implemented the practice, and then they might implement several strategies. Based on the reflection that the teacher has is going to determine whether the strategy makes a positive impact on students. And so there's that reflection line at the bottom here. So they've planned the intervention, they intervene, and then they reflect. So when a teacher does this on their own, we need to ask ourselves, does the teacher learn? Well, yes, the teacher does learn. And this is a very powerful form of learning. And it's likened to action research. And you could argue that they question their past practices, they've integrated new knowledge, implemented new strategies and so forth. Then you ask, well, did the learning impact on the school or the system? And Sean would argue that this did not occur because it was isolated to a single individual. So what we want then is to move from social capital, from human capital to social capital. And I'll talk about this a little bit more in a minute, but we need to promote organizational learning by moving from human to social capital. And to do this, the principal needs to create an organizational culture which has all of the appropriate norms, for example, expectations that individual learning will be used to promote organizational learning and so forth. And then when you have this, you end up with a generative approach or process that affects the organization at its core. So although the action plans that we talked about in the last one was evaluated as a single loop learning, at the same time, the core values of the organization are evaluated. And this happens when a double loop occurs. So the values, the beliefs, and the policies that guide the organization actually shift. For example, at one school, teachers and the leaders held the belief that external programs such as football would help to solve the increasing dropout rates. It was determined that this was still not having an impact on students' grades in the class. So in this example, one teacher developed an action plan and integrated Aboriginal perspectives into the program. Reflection on the outcomes of the trial at the organisational level led to changes in policy and funding allocations to the classroom teachers. This teacher then used her experience to help other teachers to develop programs and to integrate Indigenous perspectives into their program. So you can see how this different take on how we actually use the knowledge within the school is actually going to impact on the improvement of the classroom, of the school and the organisation overall. The Senge of work came out of business originally, and has essential components of a learning organisation. These are the different aspects. So the dotted lines show that although the aspect, these dotted lines show that although the aspect is distinct, each of these different things actually impact on each other. The first one is about personal mastery, and this is the first domain of Peter Senge's learning organisation. In this domain, leaders seek to support personal development and fulfilment of the employees. Here, teachers, or in business it would be employees, develop a personal plan for improvement and the leader then has to encourage individuals and promote personal mastery through a culture that values the truth. So really deeply reflecting on where you need help, it becomes important. Individuals need to be encouraged to challenge the status quo and non-productive mental models and continuously compare the articulated vision with the current reality. Modelling these tenets are important. Second part of Senge's model is mental models. These are the beliefs and the assumptions that individuals hold about concepts and events that impact behaviour. An example of where a concept or event in our unit that I'm teaching on developing positive learning environments, I ask students to think about rewards, and these are the student teachers, to think about rewards and the consequences of using rewards in classrooms and whether these were a good or a bad thing. And for some of those students, their assumptions were challenged because they had been brought up and were used to using a reward punishment system in classrooms. And these student teachers really had to challenge their own way of thinking to actually come to grips or understand. And if we're going to make improvements, then often we need to help teachers to actually address these mental models, these values, assumptions and beliefs that they bring to the class about education, about students learning and so forth, because without changing those mental models, then we aren't going to make a difference because teachers won't change what they're doing. When their mental models are misaligned with the organisation goals, then the organisation is going to fail to move forward. And when the organisation will embrace mental models that are inconsistent with reality, then they're impotent against outside forces. Unchallenged models will cripple an organisation in their capacity to imagine a different future. So creating structures that encourage the discussion of mental models, and a lot of professional learning needs to do this, then it becomes key. And collaborative inquiry is one way that you can do that. Collaborative inquiry provides opportunities to engage in professional dialogue about student learning and create an environment in which mental models are explored. Creating a safe space to deeply air these mental beliefs and models to expose possible flaws is important. If we don't have trust in our organisation, then people are not going to talk about the mental models that they have. Inquiry then and reflection become critical skills that teachers need to be able to explore their mental models. The third component of Senge's model is the shared vision, and we talked about this a little bit earlier. As it was shown in Sean's model that we looked at earlier of organisational learning, establishing a shared view is critical for effective change. Shared views, according to Senge, is the collective caring behind organisations. When all members carry the same vision, this acts as a positive force for change. Individuals range in their response to visions of the organisation from apathy to commitment. The more that stakeholders share the co-creation, and we talked about this as well, where it's not good enough just to have a shared vision that's come from the top. We need to have co-creation of the shared vision. We need to, and that helps to increase shared vision that people hold. When members respond apathetically and counter the vision, then the organisational learning actually stagnates. So it's important for leaders to be aware of the continuum from apathy through to commitment, so that they can monitor staff and enrol those that are deeply committed to the vision into key positions of distributed leadership. These staff members might be the ones that are selected as middle leaders. These middle leaders are given a grounding in the background of the mission to help them to move forward. Principals can also find strategic ways to communicate and reinforce the vision of the school with the staff members at the other end of the spectrum. And then the fourth one is team learning. And this involves individuals deeply inquiring into the organisation to create a positive impact. So going back to the work that we were doing before in the team learning with the OECD, this team learning becomes important. Zengi says that team learning is the process of aligning and developing the capacity of a team to create the results of its members that its members truly desire. Decisions made by the organisations are made as teams. Individual learning has a little impact on the organisation as a whole, and conversely, the impact of the team learning is great. Teams that function well together align their efforts towards shared vision, and they capitalise on the strength of each member. They frequently produce positive systemic change within the organisation. So 3 conditions that promote team learning is 1, teams think deeply about complex issues that face the organisation. 2, effective coordination amongst the team members must be present. They must be able to rely on one another and be conscious of each other's efforts. In this way, a team's actions becomes coordinated in the same way that a basketball team coordinates its plays. Team players integrate into other teams within the organisation. When the team works in isolation, then often their work and their efforts remain outside of the context of the greater organisation. Surrounding each of these things is the systems thinking. So the systems thinking pervades all aspects of organisational learning. It is the foundation from which all the other disciplines evolve. As the conditions in the world become more complex, the need for systems thinking becomes greater. Systems thinking is the ability to see situations from a holistic perspective. Every decision made and action taken within an organisation impacts on other elements of that organisation. So as systems thinkers, thinking develops, members of an organisation frame decisions in light of possible impacts on the rest of the system. Educators and in business, other people need to navigate a variety of systems, including the schools, the districts, the states, the provinces, the federal governments. Systems exist in relationships, your teacher to student relationships, your teacher to teacher relationships. And you need to be aware, the principals need to be aware of these systems. Principals need to provide opportunities to promote and engage decision making and invite a broader view. For example, English language learners might interface with many systems with the school community. If the education of the English language learners remains solely with the English language learner teacher, that enormous amount of system interaction is lost. From a system view, principals can work with their staff to develop interdisciplinary teams to support English language learners, thus encouraging a diverse perspective of these students. Support and interventions for students can emerge from awareness of factors that are inherent in a student's life, such as systems approach is more likely to provide the English language learners with appropriate, timely and relevant interventions. So we talk about professional development and professional learning. Although professional development and professional learning are both intentional, ongoing, systematic processes, over time, the term professional development has taken on a connotation of activities involving the delivery or information to teachers to influence their practice. Often, professional development is in workshops and one-stop workshops. So they're just short, sharp interventions. Professional learning, on the other hand, implies an internal process in which individuals create professional knowledge through interaction with this information in a way that challenges assumptions and creates new meanings. So traditionally, professional development was not explicitly focused on teachers' own instructional practice, and it didn't necessarily provide opportunities for reflection and experimentation. However, it's been found that learning activities that are likely to be effective are those that are grounded in the curriculum that students study and are connected to several elements of instruction and are definitely extended in time and followed up during the year. Research suggests a professional learning experience that is situated in the school and classroom context in which teachers work are more effective than those that are not. So to develop a fuller understanding of how teachers' work experiences support the development of their practice, it's useful to look beyond their participation in traditional staff development activities and to think about a broader array of experiences which support teacher learning. I think it's appropriate at this stage to move on to thinking about what is effective professional learning. And there are a number of different aspects of professional learning that have been shown in research to be critical to bringing on sustainable change. I think one of the things that we have to remember is that when we go out and we start learning in classrooms, in workshops are exciting and they're fun, and usually they have activities, and teachers come out absolutely buoyed and feel very motivated to implement the new activity in their classroom. But often as teachers, what happens in the end is that we're so busy and we tend to revert back to what's tried and true, and often we don't even implement the activities we might have learnt in a workshop. So let's think about what effective professional learning looks like. Effective professional learning involves collaboration, and we've gone through this quite a bit in terms of organisational learning. So this is about learning together within schools rather than in isolation. There are many activities that can involve collaboration, including collaborative action research, peer feedback, shadowing, and mentoring. But there is also the introduction of professional learning communities as well, which requires collaboration. Effective professional learning also needs to be ongoing and supportive. Although workshops and other means of professional learning are used, other means have their uses. If we want to make a transformational shift, then these need to be ongoing so that they can be embedded into practice. The third one is that professional learning needs to be evidence-based and data-driven. So there's no point in implementing ideas that are not research-based. And there's much to be said about having evidence-based, high-impact teaching strategies. And important here is also that our attempts need to be data-driven. This doesn't need to be quantitative data, but we're actually given a lot of data in schools. We have demographic data, we have data about enrollments and attendance, we have data about outcomes, we can collect student perception data, and then there's all the qualitative data that teachers have on their day-to-day reflections with students about individuals. Teachers need to be encouraged to use that data to make informed decisions. We can make enormous assumptions about what's going to work and what's not going to work. And really, without the data that drives that professional learning, without that information, then there's much less chance that it's going to make a difference to student outcomes. The third one is the research base. So whatever we participate in terms of professional learning, we want to know that it's research-based. We want to know that this is actually going to make a difference in terms of what happens for student learning outcomes. It's very easy, again, to take a lot of off-the-shelf ideas, but if it's not research-based, then it's really not worth encouraging teachers to spend the time doing it. Notion of being embedded in practice is really important, and I can't highlight it enough. Often professional learning hasn't taken account into the problems that teachers are facing. I'll take for an example, there's a primary school in the suburbs of Perth, and the teachers were given professional development activity on how to do maths activities, strategic, and it was a really well thought out professional development activity. The problem was that the teachers in that school had such enormous behaviour issues within the classroom that there was no opportunity anyway to use the maths that was being learned, however good the activity was. So embedding what we do, making sure it's relevant to the practice, but then being able to actually embed it in the practice so that you can actually go back to the school, be supported, actually use the activity in your classroom or set of strategies in your classroom is much more important than just having a workshop and coming out. And finally, I think everything that we do in terms of professional learning, we need to think about it in terms of how it's going to impact on student learning. Is it actually going to be useful? Is it something that's needed? So although there's a growing consensus that the processes involved in adult learning are very similar to those in student learning, contemporary teacher development theories focus on the teacher as the learner. And there are three kinds of learning that have been identified that cater more effectively for adults that lead to change in performance. And these were identified by Mesereau. Mesereau stated that there was instructional, which is focused on skill development. There's dialogical, which focuses on learning together again and finding understanding. And there's self-reflective, which involves finding understanding through self-reflection. So to build intellectual and professional capacity of teachers in a school, it's really important to consider what best enables teachers or adult learning. There are 5 principles that have been identified as fundamental to any approach that facilitates adult learning. We need to make sure that learning is active rather than passive. That is, teachers are doing rather than sitting. Learning is by nature social, and it's more likely to occur when learners share ideas. So a good professional development or professional learning sessions need to make sure that they build in lots of opportunities for learners to share ideas, inquire, solve problems together, and so forth. A good professional learning opportunity also needs to provide learners with a chance to make sense of their new knowledge and to create meaning themselves. And again, this can be done through reflection and shared experiences. So getting your teachers or your people that are involved, your participants involved in professional learning needs to involve that shared experience. We need to look at reflection and metacognition and how these contribute to the construction of knowledge. So we don't want teachers or professional learning just to provide opportunities for reflection. We also want teachers to learn about learning, that metacognitive side. What is it that helps them to actually change what they're doing? And finally, we need to know that new learning is mediated by prior experience, values, and beliefs. When we try to change what teachers do at school, this is an enormously difficult task because teachers have very strong beliefs. And teachers, unlike a lot of other professions, everybody went to school. So everybody sort of knows how to do it. So changing their idea from the experiences they had as children and getting them to think about new ideas is critically important that we address those beliefs or assumptions, or again, changes won't occur. Oh, sorry. So that comes down then to linking the professional learning to the teacher's needs. When professional learning opportunities start with other people's ideas first, they are denying what the teachers know. So starting with teachers' practice invites the teachers into the conversation and opens them up to critique learning and to expand their repertoire. As teachers, when you get out into the workforce, you're going to find that from university and from live, you have an enormous, what we call a toolbox of strategies and ideas and theories that you can put in place in the classroom. But often the busyness of life means that you only access that very top layer of the toolbox. And what we need with professional learning is to encourage teachers to think about what else they've been learning and digging deeper into that toolbox, as well as teaching new strategies. So given this then, teacher learning occurs best when they're taught in context, through experience and within real life environments, in what's been referred to as authentic professional learning. In this respect, professional learning should be tailored to express the problems that are currently being encountered in classroom in which teachers are teaching. So if in your classrooms you're lacking in knowing how to engage students or motivate students, then we need to address that in addition to thinking about the pedagogies and the strategies. And the content, because you can have the most enormous wealth of knowledge and content knowledge, but if you can't engage the students, then that becomes a problem. In the next thing that we need to think about is this culture of collaboration, and now I've mentioned it 3 times now. You're getting a clue that this culture of collaboration is so very, very important. Collaboration in professional learning is very pivotal. So we want it in the school, we want it in the learning as well. We want to build a culture within the professional learning community that's characterized by a collective responsibility. So for the practice of teaching and student learning, we want to build collaborative practices within the school that contributes towards the culture of collective responsibility. We don't want older teachers thinking, oh, well, we've been in the system a long time, so therefore we know a lot, and oh, you've just arrived, so therefore you've just come out of university, you might not know much. I think it's important that with the culture of collaboration, this changes. People recognize that, oh, hold on, you have just come out of university, so you're the people that know the latest theories and techniques and are probably the most up-to-date with IT and so forth. We have something to learn from you. And then the newly graduated teachers also look to the older one and say, well, I've also got a lot to learn from you. And then you get this sharing. So just to then recap on the things that we talked about. Effective professional learning, then you need to immerse the teachers in inquiry and questioning and getting them to think about what it is that they're learning. It needs to be sustained over time. One-stop workshops have been found to be less than effective because it doesn't give teachers a chance to embed their practice. It needs to focus on subject matter and deepening teachers' skills, pedagogical and content. It needs to be grounded in standards and a way to connect to students' performance standards. It needs to provide teachers with opportunities to focus on student learning and ways to support students in the subject matter. And it needs to provide opportunity to work collaboratively with other teachers. There are many forms of professional learning. I think we need to bear this in mind as well. These include, there are many, let me just say, but they include things like learning communities, practitioner-based research, experiential learning and reflection, courses, lectures, peer feedback and shadowing, coaching and mentoring, and action-based research. For me, the most important thing out of all of this is the role of critical reflection. And this is pivotal to teacher improvement. Critical reflection is about learning what we do and how we do it. And according to so much research, reflection is at the heart of any change. Without it, without critical reflection, much of what we do stays the same. So I'll just give you an example. At the dinner table, the other night, my children said to me, "Hey, Mum, you're on the phone a fair bit." And I looked at them and I immediately reeled back and said, "But it's work. I'm not doing it for pleasure." And then I had to critically reflect on what I was doing. So although I was being very defensive, reflecting on what we're doing and thinking about it, I thought, no, you're right. I need to compartmentalize. I need not to be looking at my phone at dinner. There needs to be a change here. So reflection allowed me to do that. So reflection is about thinking about what's working in the classroom, what's going well and what isn't. And we can learn from our reflections by making the appropriate changes to develop ourselves and move forward. So what do we reflect on and what do we make a difference is really, really important. And this is probably a section for another lecture, as what do they reflect on? But going back to that data that I mentioned earlier, I think that is an important one. And a lot of my work revolves around actually asking the students, because they do provide very honest, very good feedback. It's often very challenging for teachers to do that, and there's a lot of teachers who are very reluctant to ask the students, but they've been in a lot of classrooms, and I would recommend that they're often a good place to start. I've got a fence here because the one thing that happens when we as teachers get very busy is we actually don't get an opportunity to really build our own capacity unless the school is like that. And I think for us, we need to actually find a way, when you get out into the workforce and you become teachers, need to find a way that you can actually find time in the day so you can reflect in action and on action on what you're doing as teachers and fence off that time, because it's easy for the busyness of school life to actually take over and come in. So we need to find a way that we can find time to reflect on what we're doing, experiment and explore, and look for ways that we can improve what we're doing in our everyday life. We need to build that we need to build human to social professional capital. We need to think about how we're interacting with the other people in the school that we've done. The shifts that schools make through professional learning, if they actually use the professional learning, effective professional learning that I've described, will actually build human capital, which is about one person's individual knowledge. So when a school goes out and employs teachers, they look for teachers with really good content knowledge and really good ways of doing things, pedagogical knowledge and their work with students and so forth. But if that just stays with one teacher, then it's just one teacher working in isolation. By sharing those wonderful skills, and there's a lot of expertise, we can then build the social and professional capital in the schools. And this makes an enormous difference to changing from, as we said right at the very beginning, moving from towards a learning organisation. I'm going to thank you at this stage. I'm just going to show this slide because it's got the references on it for the video if you need to look up anything. But I'm going to stop now, and ask you whether you have any questions. Let me just find a way of stopping the slides. Here we go.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Aldridge, and we enjoy your amazing presentations. I really forgot that I have to mention your CVs. Ladies and gentlemen, audiences, and Professor Jill Aldridge is a professor of education from School of Education, Curtin University. And her disciplines includes inclusive schools, learning environments, professional developments, and school improvement. She has already had many publications, thousands of publications, I'm sure. And the latest one is Aldridge and McChesney, yeah. The title of her publications is Parents and Caregivers Perceptions of the School Climate, Development and Validation of Parent and Caregiver Surveys. Wow, thank you very much again, Professor Aldridge. And from her presentation, we really know about the knowledge that she has already shared about teacher professional development. That is now we change our mindset that is not only teacher professional development but teacher professional learning. So because teacher professional learning is more, I think it is better in order to change our mindset about how and why teachers must be learners. In her presentation, she also mentioned that professional learning must be sustainable and must be also developing a shared vision, promoting team learning and collaboration. This is very important. Collaboration is very important. And then learning from the external environment and larger system, and modeling and learning leaderships. We know that in Indonesia, we are still struggling, but thanks God that now final examination, national final examination is erased from our system. So it is very good. And we now have a zonation in taking the students. So the students who can go to the schools in their neighborhood. Before, we have to be struggling in finding schools that, or most of the people try to get the best schools in town. But now on zonation system, we think that all the schools have the same quality. Okay, audience, ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions regarding or with effective professional learning that really important for us, that this one is also, FieldTrip is also one of the activities of professional learning. If you have any questions, please address your questions to Professor Aldridge. You can select a code of raise hand, and me as a moderator will try to give you opportunity to ask by yourself, or if I think that the students of postgraduate program here can speak English very well, Professor. Don't worry. So they can address the questions directly to you, or maybe they can address to me, and then I will explain.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. May I first, ma'am?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Hi, Jill. Nice to meet you. Assalamualaikum semuanya. Today I want to exercise my language, because if I could not do this, maybe I'm forget. Okay. The first one, actually today I'm very excited because all of the speakers are women. Okay, in Indonesia, Jill, you may know that we have the sometimes we have the word is the voice of mother. Suara mak-mak ini ya, the voice of mother. Okay, so I think it's a good opportunity to us to share about our participant or our experience. Okay, the second ones, especially for Jill, I'm so sad to hear your father condition. So I hope he will get soon. Okay, I mean, okay. For the agenda this day, this is a great theme, great professional learning. But I want to your suggestion for my country, because Indonesia is a development country. You know that we have a different condition with Australia. Okay, yes, and I agree that education is a learning organization. It means we have to many participants from the other components, teacher, students, parent, and society. So it's a very complexity matters. Okay, and as you know that Indonesia is a development country, have the specific problem with motivation, money dependent. Okay, about fashion, which the best or the better with education or economic dependent first. Okay, it's a very fundamental matters for Indonesia as a development country. So I want to your suggestion. What must we do, okay, to solve this problem? Because this is a very classic problem, but it's a very strong challenge for our community, our government. I think it will be to change about my fashion, our fashion about the learning professional or a professional learning education. So what your suggestion? Because our country is a different type, different level of money dependent between other country with more high economic independent. So you can see also with pandemic COVID-19 right now. Okay, in the modern country with a high level money dependent, it's I think it's look so more easy, different with Indonesian with have the dependent economic country. So I think it's need the different wisdom, need the different will political. Okay, so what's your suggestion, Jill? Please help us. Okay, thank you.
I don't know that I have the answer to your question. I probably have some opinions. It is, first of all, let me say, yes, I'm very happy that there are 3 women on the panels. In terms of independent economic dependence and independence, it does make a difference to the countries. There's no doubt about it. There does make a difference in terms of how countries approach it. I would suggest that a very important part of becoming more economically sustainable and less dependent is very much about having a very good education system and being able to produce students who are not just qualifying at the top ranks, but are very innovative and creative and so forth. I think in our in a country such as yours, if your students are leaving schools as innovative, creative people, then they're much more likely to be able to think of ways that you're going to be able to solve problems later on. So do we approach it differently? I'm not sure that it's very different. I think we struggle with our education improvement, but we probably have very different problems to you. But at the crux of it, if you're going to have a good education system, it's trying to have the very best teachers. And I think one of our problems here in the Western world is that, or in Australia definitely, is, in my opinion, our government doesn't pay teachers enough money. So we're finding that a lot of the students who would normally, who are going to make very good teachers, they're choosing other occupations, engineering, law, practitioner as a, doctors and so forth. Then education is becoming not their first choice. And so we're tending to get students of a lower caliber. So I guess what I'm saying here is that we all struggle with problems with education. We all have, we all know that education is a key if we're going to actually get our countries to progress.
Yes.
But there's also that need for the government level to be able to invest in education in a way that's going to be sustainable. I don't know how you get them to do that. I'm pretty sure I did not answer your question, and I apologize for that, but that's my thoughts around, and I hope that will suffice.
Okay, thank you, Jill.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. That it is very complicated to see that which one is the priority, economics or education. And then as one of the less developed country, Indonesia is still really dependent on economics to develop the education, to improve the education quality. Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Miningsi. And now on the chat room, I found a question from a student, Wahyu Iza, because he is too shy to speak English. So I would like to address the questions to you in English. His question is how to be a professional teacher. Looking at the development of technology, it is very rapid now. It is very difficult to control students on especially their dependency on the gadget, especially games. And it's not using the gadget wisely, but they most of their time are using a gadget for gaming. So how to be professional teacher? This is his question. And then the second question, is there any opportunity for me to study at Curtin University and under your supervision? This is his questions. Okay, let's see, let's wait, let's listen to Professor Aldridge.
So in response to your first question, my goodness, what a problem, isn't it? Oh, I have a 15-year-old. Oh my goodness. the use of the gadget. I had an email from the teacher just the other day saying that Jamie was not using his gadget appropriately. He was on another site. So we struggle over here as well with strict rules. I think over here, the schools tend to try and put in some firewalls and blocks on different sites, but this is never enough. And, the students are so clever on their technology. They find go-rounds, so they try to block everything at the school that my son was at, only to find that the students had all learned how to use VPNs, and suddenly they were able to just access everything anyway. So how do we stay one ahead of the students? I don't think we can. I think we have to educate them as to what's right, and we need to try and engage them in the lessons that we're teaching. But to actually be able to stay ahead as parents or as teachers, I think it's impossible because they're very, very clever at it. And so engagement would be my key. If you have students who are engaged in their learning, they're less likely. I mean, we used to have it when I was at school, we used to pass notes and be disengaged. This is just a different way of doing it, but my goodness, what a big problem. Thank you for asking that. Can you be supervised by me was your second problem, your second question? I think you should ask Titien, the professor, about that, maybe independently, how she applied and so forth. I know that study at Curtin as an international student is expensive, but there are scholarships available, but they're obviously very hard to come by. But yeah, I think ask Titien for her experience on how she applied and so forth.
Okay.
Is that fair enough, or did I put you on the hot spot there?
Okay, thank you. Okay, that using gadget unwisely is everywhere. Children must be controlled, and then the most important thing that we must educate them how to use gadget wisely. All right, and next question is from Herlina. She asked question to you that how to make good collaboration among student, teacher, and parents, because this time, you know, that we have COVID-19 pandemic, that everything is everywhere is locked down, and then in Indonesia it has been 2 years of online. We do not meet in the education here. Students and teachers are doing online learning. They do not meet physically. And how to make the effective online learning, that of course we have to collaborate between teachers, students, and parents. And this one especially for elementary or primary school students. This is questions, Professor Aldridge.
Oh my goodness. Let me start by saying I respect your teachers and what they're going through. This is absolutely enormous. I had no idea that you had basically been teaching online for 2 years. I think you are probably the experts, not us.
We're in Australia. Excuse me, how about Australia? Do you still have online learning? I mean, teachers and students do not meet physically or in the classroom, or they now in Australia education is running well without any limitations, just like in Indonesia.
So let me explain. Our government took a hardline stance on border closure, and basically the only people allowed to Australia are people that we're repatriating. So Australians that were living overseas could come home, but nobody else. And everybody who came home, there was very strict quarantine. And on our state, because we have different states and territories, we have very firm, strong borders. So if there's an outbreak of COVID in New South Wales, then we close our borders and New South Wales people can't come to us. So I think in the last 2 years, we've probably had 4 weeks of lockdown. At the moment, we have a 4-day lockdown, and I was complaining about it, but I'm not going to complain anymore. Now I've heard that your situation. So as a result, if we get an outbreak, the schools close and then it's online. But over here, we've maybe only had 4 weeks of online learning, and that's it. So you're the experts now on this and how you engage. And I think the world should probably start looking to you as to how you're coping with it. In answer to your question with the parents and how you get them involved, I imagine that this is probably the most important thing for the elementary students, because it's the parents that are going to be working and making sure that the students are studying. And I have a very naughty 15-year-old, so I'm going to use his story again, but he would say to me, because I was working in my home office, he would say, "Hey, Mom, I'm just going out. My physical education teacher said that I need to do some exercise, and I'm going out. I'll be back in 1 hour." And at the end, when when our lockdown finished, the teacher said, where was Jamie during the physical education lessons? So he had lied to me the whole time and had not attended classes. But I was saying, that's fine, off you go. So I think parents, it's very difficult for parents. I mean, parents are probably working at home as well. And then they've got the students who have to study, and they need to make sure the students are working on what they're supposed to work on. And I think that we need to learn from you how you're doing it, but it's going to be so important that you involve those parents without making them feel they have to teach them, because if they don't have the content knowledge, they can't help. So
okay, the pandemic is so enormous. Okay, I know everywhere, not only in Indonesia but also in Australia, the system of education right now is in Indonesia is very, very unpredictable because of 2 years now we do not hold any education.
Oh, Titien, I've lost you. I don't know if anyone else has as well, but I can't hear you.
And the rules. What are the rules?
Sorry, Titien, I missed that last piece because you froze. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear your voice, Jill. Hi.
And by the way, your English was very good. Well done. Thank you.
But sometimes I forget, so I want to exercise is more friendly like you. Okay, Jill, will you to be my reviewer? Of course, in my postgraduate, we have the journal, but in this time we have to prepare to submit into Scopus. So I need your help to be a reviewer, one of my reviewer. Okay, you will, Jill?
I'll do that. Sure.
Okay, thank you. So because
as long as it's in English.
Okay, it's in English, Bu Susmi.
Okay,
yeah, yeah. And sorry for the problem of the connection. And the last question from the student is, learning in tertiary level, I mean, to improve the quality of university. I mean, here, what are the strategies to be implemented in improving the quality of the tertiary education? In this case, is university. Maybe he wants to learn from you how Curtin University can be developing so well. Thank you.
I don't know that I really understand the question. Can you try again, Titien? Sorry, I think because you were glitching in and out, it was a bit hard to understand.
Yeah. Okay. In the tertiary level, especially university, we say how to improve the quality of learning in university. Especially the roles. What are the roles and strategy? The strategy, I mean, what are the strategies to improve the quality of learning and teaching in university?
That's a big question, isn't it? I think if universities knew the answer, they would probably be doing it. For me, because my field's in the development of the teacher as part of what I do, and I see that as just being so important. And I think there's a lot of university lecturers out there who probably need to learn how to engage the students in their teaching and learning, and they probably need to learn new strategies. But yeah, I think professional learning all the time is going to help improve the universities. I do. I also have another question here, Titien, from, I think it's one of your students. I want to ask, what do people think about people who are able to develop their thinking skill but weak in giving understanding to others?
Okay, yeah, that's question.
I think that's a good question. I think one of my points in the presentation was that we have teachers who are very good at their content knowledge, but if you can't engage the students, then the students are unlikely to learn. So helping teachers to improve the way they engage is really important. And sometimes that's very difficult to do because they are so good at their subject that sometimes they probably don't want to, or there might be an unwillingness to do so. Again, though, if we have a more collaborative environment at the schools and we can engage them in collaborative learning and inquiry, and that trust is built up in schools so that they actually look at other teachers' classrooms and observe each other and talk about what's happening, then we do find that the whole school tends to lift. And I mean, teachers who are in those classrooms with students who are not engaged because they're not doing the subjects, the results, either in terms of the student's behaviour and the student's attention, or even the student's academic achievement, are going to reflect that to some extent. So I don't think thinking skills are always what we need. I think we need to have the pedagogical strategies as well as teaching, as well as those. I hope that answered your question.
Okay. Okay, thank you again, Professor Aldridge, for answering questions, and of course for your great presentations. And don't forget, we give applause to Professor Aldridge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay, because Professor Aldridge will leave this room for a specific reason, so before you leave, there will be a certificate handing to you from our university, even though it is conducted virtually, but I think the committee will send the certificate through email, but now this is the process of certificate handing as a speaker. Mr. Ali Gufran, is there any?
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Datin. So before Professor Aldridge leave our Zoom meeting room, the committee or the person in charge about the e-certificate submission will give the certificate for Professor Aldridge. Please, the committee.
Oh, lovely. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, this is the e-certificate that from our institutions. Thank you very much to Professor Aldridge for your insightful presentation.
Well, thank you to all of you for attending and listening. I hope even those students who are not from teaching, that you also might have got something out of it, but it's been my very great pleasure. And thank you to Professor Titien as well for inviting me. Titien, thank you so much.
You are very welcome.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay, and now this concludes the first session, and we will let Professor Aldridge to leave the room. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
I'm totally...
Okay, it's a great session. All right, we come to the second session. This is for Datin si Professor Dr. Suhaiza Hanim Dato Mohamad Zailani. She is a professor of supply chain with the Faculty of Business and Accountancy, University of Malaya, Malaysia. Before we have Professor Suhaiza, Let me read some of the information on her CV. Suhaiza Hanim Mohamad Zailani received her Master of Science and Ph.D. in Management Science for Lancaster University, England, United Kingdom in 1995 and 1998, respectively. She is a professor of supply chain with the Faculty of Business and Accountancy, University of Malaya, and was a director of the University Malaya Entrepreneurship Center, or UMEC. Under her directorship, her center has been selected as the best 20 entrepreneurship centers in the world for ACCCB. Accredited schools engage with business practice to provide students an opportunity to gain care skills required to be successful in business, whether that business is a startup or a world-renowned corporation. As a self-sustained center in UM, she has created so many innovative and impactful entrepreneurship programs, not only for students, but also to the communities. From all the success stories that she has achieved from the entrepreneurship programs, she was able to market them to the agencies and communities. For the professional qualifications, she used to hold a position as the Vice President to the Society of Logisticians, Malaysia, and holds the title of M.Ag. She has been certified with Entrepreneurial Leader, or ELP, by the Ministry of Higher Education in 2017, certified with Industry Foundation Program in 2013 by the Department of Standards Malaysia for Halal Quality Associate, and certified in Production and Inventory Management by the Association of Operations Management in 2006. She was a visiting professor at MTS University Malaysia in 2013 and Institute Technology of Bandung, Indonesia in 2020. She did her industry attachment to Malaysian Productivity Corporation on a circular economy project. Her field of expertise in supply chain management with a focus on the issues of sustainability in halal. Her achievement in supply chain management are excellent, as is evident by the number and quantum of postgraduate students that she has supervised, publication, research grants, consultation, training, industrial linkages, and professional appointments that she has successfully secured and fulfilled. Wow, it's very, very incredible. All right, let us welcome Professor Dr. Suhaiza Hanim.
Hai, Assalamualaikum. Ya, Ibu Tintin, terima kasih ya for the long introduction about my profile. Ya, Assalamualaikum, very good afternoon. Ya, in Malaysia already 12 o'clock. Ya, in Indonesia still in the morning, right? 11 o'clock. Okay, so very pleased to be here with you guys for this program. And I would love to, address my thankful to the director of the postgraduate, Bapak Dr. Dedi Rohayana, because of his interest to invite me for the session today. And then I came into the first earlier session. It was a very good session. So hopefully, this almost to the lunchtime. So I know that some of you might be a bit tired because we have gone through the first session. I'll be trying to do it, unofficial, informal way, so that people won't be so bored with the session. Yeah. Okay. So as been mentioned by Ibu Titien, I'm Suhaiza Zailani from the University of Malaya, Malaysia. Yeah. Okay. Can I share my slide? Yeah. Am I allowed to share my slide? Yeah, okay. Okay, so this is my, kind of opportunity to be involved in this program, what we call as virtual student field trip for postgraduate program. So I'm a bit excited when I've been proposed to join or to participate as a key speaker for this program, because it's involved the postgraduate students. When we thought about postgraduate students, at first what I have in mind must be something that related to master program, must be related to the PhD program, because I always been invited to give a talk on the research methodology for the students, either for the master or for PhD. But anyhow, when you thought about the topic here, strengthening the university network towards the competitive learning quality. So I think we now need to have outside the box, something like outside the box, not really too academic kind of topic. We'll do something a little bit different today. Okay. So this is a little bit about myself, as mentioned by Ibu Tintin. Okay, you can have my profile from this link, Expert. You can get my profile. Actually, I was one of the recipient for the top 80 researchers last year in 2020. So there are 80 researchers in Malaya that have been selected to be as the world top 2% scientists by the Stanford University. And if you can see, this is the list of the names, the people. There are 80 researchers from University Malaya that has been selected to be under this, among these world top 2% scientists. And my name is one of the list of the researchers. And just to share with you, because my background is not from science. I'm not from the science area. I'm not from engineering. I'm not from the medical faculty. And I'm not a scientist actually, because my field is in the management. And you can see here, there are 80 researchers and I'm the only coming from the social science background. So what I'm trying to see here, even though you are not from a science background, but in a way you can also fly high in your career, in your academic achievement, even though you are from the social science. Okay. And I was also being nominated as a recipient to the Outstanding Researcher or Distinguished Researcher in 2016, and from the social science as well, from the social science. And then these are all my citations, my papers. If you can go and check the profile of my Expert. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, you can see this. Give me a minute. I need to switch off my phone. Yeah. Okay. And at the same time, I was also the director, for the Entrepreneurship Center in Malaya. So although my interest is in the academic, doing research, doing publications, but I have been appointed to be as director to manage a center which involved with the entrepreneurship activities among the students. So here one of the caption being taken from the interviews being done by the of the television. It was in 2016. Okay, now what would be the topic that supposedly that we will need to discuss today in this second session? it will be talking about entrepreneurship. You know, I'm trying to run myself. I'm trying to go beyond my normal topics, which it was on the research method, it was on the publications, but now we'll be talking about the entrepreneurship. For me, I love to talk about this entrepreneurship because I was there as the director for 3 years, and I have done a lot to this center. In fact, we have been recognized as one of the top entrepreneurship center in the world, yeah, according to the ACCSB accreditation. Yeah. So now, the topic that we will be talking today is on what, can we teach entrepreneurship? So during this, current situation we are facing with the pandemic, COVID-19, I think this is about time how the government, how the education system need to relook or revise, yeah, the importance, how to embed the entrepreneurship curriculums to the structure of the education. Starting from the kindergarten school to the primary school to the secondary school as well to the higher educations. Yeah. So now, can we teach entrepreneurship? Or because people will say, I'm being born to be as entrepreneur, so I don't need to go for the proper classes, because as we can see from most of the successful entrepreneurs, they have not received any proper education, that took them to be a very successful businessman. Yeah. So now to be address the issue of can we teach entrepreneurship? So this is one that actually we'll be discussing in this session. Yeah. Okay. I love to go for this, a photo. I think most of you have seen this photo. Yeah. Have you seen this photo? Guys, are you aware that this photo is in your website?
Yes.
Yep. So I took this photo from the website of the university. Yeah. You can see your Bapak Rector. This one of the activities or program being done by the university. Yeah. So it's about what? It's about program tumbuhkan jiwa entrepreneurship mahasiswa. Yeah. Then the university has actually conducted a program. It was on the 10th of November 2019. Yap, di mana di Bapak Rektornya telah menjemput seorang entrepreneur daripada industri to give a talk, a session to share with the students on the sharing session on how to be as a good entrepreneur, how to inculcate the spirit to become as the entrepreneur. Ya, so tujuan dari pelatihan kewirausahaan ini adalah untuk membekali para mahasiswa dalam bidang entrepreneurship yang didukung dengan skill dan keahlian untuk menyelesaikan permasalahan yang dihadapi dengan kreatif dan inovatif sehingga survive dalam menghadapi berbagai permasalahan di masa mendatang. I really love this objective. It is a capture the needs of how we need to go for this entrepreneurship during this pandemic COVID-19. We really need to go venture into this entrepreneurship because we want to survive. Most of the office, most of the factories, most of the sectors, they close because of lockdown. So how do we survive if we're not working, right? So the only way how to make people survive, through this pandemic is by involving in the entrepreneurship activities. But you are not doing online. I mean, you're not doing offline. You don't have to create your stall. You don't have to set up your stall whatsoever. But you can venture into this online business through the entrepreneurship. So now you can see the demand for the online business is very demanding. Is very huge demand on this online business because people are not allowed to go out and do their normal activities, buying and so on and so forth. Yeah. So they need to look into opportunities, how they can survive by venturing into these new activities, what we call it as, online business for the online entrepreneurship. Yeah. Okay, now in this program actually the what has been highlighted is that how we can change the the characters, how we can have the skills to be as a good entrepreneur. Right, so it's been given in the website, mentioned by the Bapak Rektornya. There are 6 characters, how to become a good success or a good entrepreneur. Yeah, first you need to be having a spirit, and then you need to be a little bit creative, and you need to be innovative, and then you should not be easy to feel disappointed if you're not getting any sales, or you're not getting any profits from your business. Yeah, so it should not be too easy to surrender, to feel like down about your business. And then you need to have a kind of empathy. You need to have persistence. You need to have commitment. So these are among all the characteristics, if you want to become as a good entrepreneur or success entrepreneur. Yeah, so by that, if I can share with you, to be a little bit how we go about to become as a good entrepreneur. So this will be my agenda today, to be talking about the how whether the we can teach entrepreneurship to the students. So first of all, I'll be talking about entrepreneurship education in general, and then I'll be zooming into the what are those things that our government has done, Malaysian higher education. And lastly or finally, I'll be talking about my own experience managing the center, entrepreneurship, University of Malaya Entrepreneurship Center, or we call it as UMAC. So these are the agenda. So we're first talking about this entrepreneurship education. So I'll be taking you guys like 1 minute to look into this video. Okay, that's a bit kind of video clip what we have actually always show to the students, to let them to feel excitement, to be as one of the students in our activities in UMAC. So the key word here, entrepreneurship. So as I said, we are now looking at on how we can leverage entrepreneurship for our economic survival. As we can see, the most typical reasons why we are looking into entrepreneurship because of the economic growth of any countries. Because why? Without entrepreneurship, we don't have businesses, and if we don't have businesses, we don't have growth in the economy. So it's bottom line here. The entrepreneurship actually is the bottom line, how we can create businesses that will generate income to the country. But again, do we have the characteristics to become as entrepreneur? And if anyone can be entrepreneur, or if anyone can be part of this entrepreneurship, Yeah, because why? When we are in these entrepreneurship activities, right? We are creating the jobs. You know, the more people are involving themselves in the businesses, they are creating the jobs. The more people involved, there will be some kind of generating more income to the country. Yeah, and in a way, when people start to be involved in the businesses, they have to be differentiated. Yeah, themselves with the competitors. So in a way, what we can define entrepreneurship is a source of innovation, that people need to be little bit innovative. They need to be a little bit creative, yeah, because they want to be different than the competitor. Then again, it's about the personal development. So the more that you are gaining the profit, the more that you're gaining the sales, right? So in a way, it enhances your substance, it enhance the credibility and so on and so forth. So these are what we are looking at the entrepreneurship. So why, if we ask what is so important to go for this entrepreneurship, not only ourselves, but actually it's talking about the whole nation, the whole country, because it's the way how actually we are helping the nation to generate more income from our businesses activities. Yeah, so in a way, now if government thinking of economic growth, how actually we can help the government to generate more income is by getting more people to be entrepreneurs. So how can we do that? It has to be started from the young age, I mean, because the skills, the knowledge, the aspirations to become entrepreneur should not be, one off. It has to be inculcated, from the beginning, that you are being exposed in your young age. Yeah, so that's very important, that the system, the education system, need to embed, the curriculum of entrepreneurship, when started from the kindergarten level, actually. Yeah, that has to be revisited by most of the education institutions. Yeah. Okay, what we can see here, if we go to looking at Malaysian background itself, yeah, so you can see that the numbers are increasing over the years. So because we really started to realize that the way how we are, giving directions to our students to become entrepreneur, so we have to start from our curriculum itself. So most of the schools, most of the universities now, we are being demanded, we are being make it compulsory, yeah, to have all these entrepreneurship courses to be introduced to the students, and the numbers are increasing over the years. And in fact, we are targeting, like, by 2022 23, we can have at least 5,000 courses that related to entrepreneurship can be introduced to the students. Yeah, so different levels of education will have a different emphasis, the extent or the level of this entrepreneurship educations. Yeah, that has to be need to be recognized on that. Yeah. Okay, so in Universiti Malaya itself, we can see the trend is increasing over the years. I don't manage to get the recent data, and it started 2012. We introduced this entrepreneurship subject as a minor subject, and we can see, the numbers of takers over the years are increasing. So now we wonder, what makes now students realize that the entrepreneurship subject is now their favorite or their interest. So what could be the reasons behind that? So how do we make it more meaningful, the subject, that they can use the knowledge later on to be, make it realistic, to make it to realize whatever they have learned in their classes. So what we are doing now, not to only have the theory parts in the classroom, but we also need to be embedded with the practical activities, entrepreneurship in the courses. Yep. So then the students will feel very excited. Yep. That this entrepreneurship something is very challenging, yet is very interesting. Yep. The more that you are gaining the income, the more that you are gaining the profit, the more that you're gaining the sales, right? That shows that you are directing to the right path of doing a business. So we need to convince the student, not only theoretical, but must be practiced in the real world, how they can generate income from their own businesses. Yeah, so that's why the curriculum has been revisited, has been revised to attract more interest, yeah, of the students, so that they can use whatever knowledge that they have from the classes. It can be applied in their own context later on once they have graduated. Yeah, so what we see in our Universiti Malaya, not only the classroom setting that we have introduced the courses, but we do have the center, which the reason why we have the center is to help more students to leverage the knowledge that they have from the classroom to make it reality, right? Although they have not graduated. So we try to make it reality, yeah? What they wish to have, what they have learned in the classroom, doing a real business by setting up their businesses in the campus, even though they have not graduated. Yeah. And those businesses, as I said just now, has to be something that dynamic, has to be something that innovative and creative. Because why? We are talking about youngsters. Because we are not dealing with those old people doing a business with the old thoughts, old mindset. We need to create something that very interesting for students to have this entrepreneurship to be as part of their career later on. Yeah. So it is outside the box. Although they are taking engineering, even though they are doing medical, even though they are doing statistic or pharmacies, you know, if we look into all this knowledge, what they have learned specifically based on their own courses related, but it can be leveraged, yeah, in the form of entrepreneurship. So now students from the medical faculty, for example, they know how to treat the people, they know how to, you know, to give the treatment to the patients, but they don't have any knowledge on how they can transfer, yeah, their skills to be in a business form. So now what we'll need to do, what actually we are doing, is to let all these people, these students who are really have a mind, business minded, be in our center and leverage the skills and convert their skills to become as part of the income generations, right? So then later on, you know, when we started with this pilot study on this pilot project, and we see the numbers keep increasing over the years. Now, you know, we do have hundreds of, I think about more than 1,000 already, right? We do have these startup among the students, you know, because they need to register themselves as a businessman. They need to have the license for the businesses, right? So what we call as startup, they can do the businesses while they are studying, yeah? So it has to be responsibility of the higher education to look into this curriculum, how they can attract more students to have these skills, yeah. Because entrepreneurship or entrepreneurs is not born, you know, it is not been, you know, you are not born to be as entrepreneur, but actually it has to be inculcated, yeah, the skills, you have to nurture the culture of being as the entrepreneur, yeah. So what we can see here, what we need is to get more and more entrepreneurs. And how do we get more entrepreneurs? That's why I said, yeah, schools need to have all these entrepreneur subjects or educations, you know, started from the kindergarten. Let them do the business while they are studying, you know, a small kind of businesses, because there are so many kind of benefits that we can have from here. From kindergarten is towards more the exposure, and we come to the primary, then, you know, little bit that you have the assignment of doing a business, then you can run or participate in more of the businesses programs. And when you are in the secondary schools, then again, you know, the knowledge, the skills, the spirit, is becoming more and more, right? So once they are joining the higher education, once they are actually enrolling themselves in the higher education, then they can start to leverage to and their own kind of businesses, right? So this is what actually we have done in our university, right? The students are not necessarily just focused on the academic, but the students need to be holistic. Means to say that the students need to portray, many kind of skills, yeah, businesses, analytical, communications, you need to have everything to be a good kind of graduate students from the university. So as you can see, the University of Malaya is one of the top 50 in the world ranking university, right? So what we have achieved so far is that we have blended our curriculum in a very holistic way, so that our students will have a very kind of comprehensive educations, the theory part, the practical part is all are well blended in our curriculum. Yeah. So in a way, what we can see here, the questions here is how we develop the entrepreneurs, on how we can teach entrepreneurship. Yeah. So first of all, we need to remind the students, like, entrepreneurship is to identify the problems and create the solutions, right? So this is the first that we have to let our students know about the concept of being an entrepreneurship, right? It is not only talking about getting the money, it's not only talking about getting the profit or getting the incomes, right? That will be the ultimate aim, when you're doing a business, of course, that will be your objective. But behind that objective, definitely, we are looking something else, which entrepreneurship is something that meaningful to people when you are translating the business, the problems into the solutions. Okay, so now we have to instill this new kind of mindset to all the students. When you are joining the entrepreneurship programs, it's not about making the money itself, but it is about how do you converting, or how do you are tackling the problems and try to get the solutions of that problems. Yeah. Okay, that solutions is part of your business, right? That's why now we do have so many kind of terms of entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship. We do have, like online entrepreneurship. So these are all the is a new trend, that coming up, because why? People do see there are lots of issues, there are lots of problems in the industry that need to be solved, right? So I think at the moment, if we go deeper on the definitions of this entrepreneurship, it is about how you are translating the problems to become to create the solutions for those problems. So now, coming back to the education, entrepreneur education, can we teach a person to become entrepreneur, right? So going back to the last slide, we're talking about entrepreneurship is about solving the problems. From the issues that we have, we try to solve it. But again, can we teach a person to become as entrepreneur? Some people say, it's a nature that I'm being born as entrepreneur. I don't need to have a proper education to be as entrepreneur. If you go to the Steve Jobs, right? The Steve Jobs. If you go to this YouTube, if you go to the Facebook, right? Mark Zuckerberg, right? So these are all the people's drop-off students. They are not a very, I would say, a very successful student because they have been dropped out from their education, but yet they are a very successful businessmen. So now, there is some kind of issues here. Can we born the entrepreneur, or can we teach entrepreneur? So it's like chicken and egg. You don't know which one to be first. Either it is by nature that you are having that skills to be as entrepreneur, or you have to instill the spirit, you have to instill the skills, you have everything, to become as the good or successful entrepreneur. So now from a person, a layman person, a nobody, a nothing, then how do you transfer them to become as entrepreneur, right? So that's why the entrepreneur now, as I said, has to be educated. It has to be educated. Because I do have lots of issues, questions by my students, why do we need to have a proper education in entrepreneurship? If you can go back to the experience of Mark Zuckerberg, right? Mark Zuckerberg, he has not been enrolled, to any universities to become as entrepreneur, but yet he is very successful, right? So in a way, how do we actually teach a person to become as entrepreneur? So that would be the first question that we would need to ask, from our own curriculum. Is it enough, to have a student to become as entrepreneur later, right? So I always actually advise my students, you have to look beyond the box here, because talking about this during pandemic session, right, that we people are not easily to to continue the jobs. Some people actually been terminated. They been not anymore working and so on. So now how do you survive? If you are depending on the government supports, if you're depending on the people kind of donations, you won't be sustained. So to sustain in this during the pandemic, the only way is becoming as entrepreneur. And again, we are now during the MCO, right? We don't have the flexibility to go and do our own businesses physically, set up the store and so on. So now we do have digital technology, everything, right? So now people need to be a bit, take challenges, to become a bit creative, innovative by using all these facilities, digital technologies, to embed into their business model to become as the online businessman. Yeah, but again, not people will have knowledge on how to use all these media social, to create the promotions, everything. So again, you need to go and do, a little bit set up or attended the classes. You need to be in the programs, you need to be in the workshops to learn about those things. So again, when you're talking about learning something, has to be related to the educations, right? So again, I disagree with people say, to become entrepreneur, you don't need to have education. Yeah. So for me, it's a bit not really accepted during this kind of situation. Yeah. Okay, so again, can we teach entrepreneurship? Yeah, so the questions here, oh yes, we can, you can't. Yeah? So now, there are two school of thoughts here. Some people say yes, some people say can't. Even though I do have the skills, but I'm not being born to be as entrepreneur. So again, I won't be as entrepreneur, right? So again, you have to be, like myself, I do have a knowledge how to become as entrepreneur, but I'm not entrepreneur, right? Because I don't like to be entrepreneur, and I'm not being born as entrepreneur, right? Although I do have skills. So what would be the dilemma here is to answer based on your own preferences and also needs. Yeah, which one you're looking at? You are looking at the, to get more knowledge because you are wish to become as entrepreneur, or you yourself doesn't feel like you are, uh, aspire to be as a businessman. So I mean, you yourself can answer these two questions. So either way it can be wrong, or either way it can be right. Yeah, it is depending on the person itself. Yeah. So now, what was different between entrepreneur and entrepreneurship? Yeah. So the process here is about entrepreneurship. Yeah, we are at the education level. We are the education institutions. What we are trying to do is to have a good process here in creating the culture of this entrepreneurship, so that we can create more entrepreneurs that will have their own enterprises, right? So you can see there's a kind of input, process, and output, right? So the input will be the person itself. Then he has to go through a proper process, educations, trainings, exposure, knowledge. So these are the process, and what are the outcomes? The outcomes we can basically base on the set up the business. Yeah, you set up your enterprise, right? So what we can see here, these are the characteristics of the people here to have the successful outcome. If you don't have these characteristics, right, of this person, you won't have this one. Although the process is very good, right? Although the process of creating that, in creating that culture to become as entrepreneur is very good. But if you yourself, you don't have all this, definitely you won't have the outcome. Yeah. So bottom line, what I'm trying to say here, what you can see here is some kind of interrelations, yeah, between the input itself, the process, and the output. So the person need to have all these characteristics to be able to be a good entrepreneur, and then supported by a good process, then eventually you can get the outcome. Yeah. So now the process here is very, very important. It's very crucial here. How we sit down, how we relook at our system, how do we actually manage the system, and how do we actually tackling the issues here, so that at the end, the person that we wish to be entrepreneur can establish the enterprises. Yeah. So now, in the first thing, you have to differentiate between the entrepreneur and entrepreneurships. Yeah, entrepreneur is someone who locates the need of society and tries to meet the same with her innovative idea. Okay, entrepreneurship is referring to the process, as I said just now, is a process of establishing a business entity intending to get profit as a return in the future. It's a process. So when you have a person which have these characteristics, that he has the innovative idea, he just need to be in the system to let the process of transforming the ideas to become as the output, so that he can get the business towards the end of the day, right? So you can see the ecosystem of being the entrepreneur. So some students, they have this one, they have the characteristics, right? They have the characteristics, but the process is not really good. The process of how helping him to create or to become as a good entrepreneur is not really supportive. Definitely he won't be reaching to this level, right? But on the other hand, if the process here is very good, helping the students to become a bit creative in their ideas, to how they can transform the ideas, but themselves here, they don't have all these characteristics, surely you also you won't be able to achieve this level on the outcome. Yeah. So what we can sum up from this idea, yeah. So he has to be from a person itself, where the person want to be, and what the person want to be, how he want to be. Yeah. So this has to be taking consideration when you are designing a program for this process of entrepreneurship. Yeah. So next, entrepreneurs are born, not made, right? So now, this one day, whenever you have all the characteristics, it will be here in the person itself, right? So like myself, I said, yeah, I'm not a person that easily to take risks. I don't really go and face the risk. So therefore, I'm trying to avoid myself from having any risk. So business is not my good choice. Yeah, that's why I'm not doing any business, because I'm afraid of being a risk. Yeah. Okay, entrepreneurship can't be, on the other hand, entrepreneurship can't be taught in classroom like other subjects, right? This is the process. This is the process that I'm talking about. So how do we actually create the process? Is it by educating them in the classroom? And you have to remember the entrepreneurship can't be taught in classroom like other subject, because why? Students are not easily to grasp or to translate the theory parts of doing a business in the real world or in the practical world. So the education of entrepreneurship need to be revised, and then not only to look at the theory side, but also need to embed with the practical sides. It can be in the classroom, but not as a whole kind of curriculum, right? Because somehow or other they need to be taught also, but not in the classroom setting. So now academics are not fit. Okay, on another questions, are we, because I'm a lecturer, are we fit to teach entrepreneurship? Because I'm not a businessman, but I'm teaching a business to do business, right? So how the students look at me? How the students look at me? Because I'm only a lecturer. I'm lecturing a subject on entrepreneurship, and how the students think about it. Am I fit to teach them on the entrepreneurship? Somehow or other, this always been a question in most of our universities, because academics are academics. We are not entrepreneur, right? But when we want to teach the entrepreneurship to the students, are we fit enough to teach them? So these are among the dilemmas that we have for among most of the universities. Entrepreneurs don't need education. Like look at you. I mean, you can look at the Zuckerberg, Steve Jobs, as well the Bill Gates. They the real examples that shows to us that to become a good or successful entrepreneurs, actually they need to have educations. But I think these are the 3 luckiest people in the world that have actually managed to go for this level. But most of the people, they need to be educated to be as entrepreneur. They need to have the knowledge. They need to know how to translate the ideas to become as innovation. So if you don't have a proper education on that, then you won't be able to set up your business, right? So we have to put these 3 examples away, because these are among the luckiest that without the education they can fly high in their businesses, right? So now talking about the questions here, what are the success stories? So what actually we are looking at to help the students to become as entrepreneur? So when we talk about students, of course, the setting will be from our education. Must be started from the education. Yeah. So if we, these are the questions, how we can go about. Yeah. So the quality of what we call here education. Yeah. Stands for the entrepreneurial education, right? So this has to be ecosystem that you can look into, how we can develop entrepreneurship ecosystem in our academy. Okay, so there are 4 questions that you have to look into here, right? Who is teaching? What is being taught? How it is being taught? And who is learning it, right? So who is learning it actually is our student. You guys are here, right? All the students, undergraduates or postgraduates, you are here, right? You are learning to get the educations, to get the knowledge from the person who are teaching. But who are those people that teaching you the subject of entrepreneurship? Are they the industry people? Are they the businessmen? Or only the lecturers, which they don't have their own business, right? Because their main job is only to educate people to become as entrepreneur, right? And what actually the curriculum that need to be taught to the students, and how is it being taught to the students? Okay, by looking at this, what UMAC has been doing, we specifically look all into these matters, because at the end we want to achieve numbers of students that we produce towards the end be as the successful entrepreneurs. So when we have this ecosystem, so we embed to our own curriculum in university. So all are responsible, for this ecosystem. Yeah. So we will go to that later on, But these are our framework that we will using, This is the framework that we're using, and we have to answer all these questions, right? And what do we achieve towards the end of the program, So who is teaching? Do entrepreneurship educators have entrepreneurial experience, right? So myself, I'm teaching entrepreneurship, but do I have a proper, teaching experience or entrepreneurial experience in doing a business? So that this is the most crucial, because why? Students need to be learned from the experts, right? If the experts, which is you, are not really good, are not really, show the good examples, then students won't be, feel excited to learn or to enjoy your teaching. Can they teach and inspire? So this is the most important. So now, lecturers, teachers, mostly I would say, we are not fully equipped to teach students entrepreneur. Therefore, we need to get the industry people to come into the class and do the teaching together with us, so that they can inspire the students to become more interested with the entrepreneurship. Are they related to the local inspiring entrepreneurs? Okay, the one that we have invited must be those successful one, right? Are they actively involved in entrepreneurship ecosystem? So they actually have been participated in any other education programs entrepreneurship? So we have to look into that matters as well. Okay, and then the thing here, management professor, industry expert, guest entrepreneur, and you can get your classroom will be more impactful, right? You will get your classroom becoming more impactful. But if yourself as a professor that you are teaching the subject, then you won't get a good education of entrepreneurship. So these are the key person that need to be involved in your entrepreneurship educations. You yourself alone, is it insufficient? So entrepreneurship educators must be from entrepreneurial experience, work experience, teaching experience, charisma and influence, and active network. Then I would say that you will have a good outcome of this. If only the professor were teaching the subject, there will be no way that you'll be producing Mark Zuckerberg, no way that you'll be producing Bill Gates or Steve Jobs. So we need to have this. So this what we call as ecosystem that we have to create in our education. So for the what is taught, what information are we teaching to our students? The business concepts and the theory. Of course, some people are always, take the theory part to be as most important curriculum in the class, and theory, I would say, is very important. But if the students very hard to apply the theory or the concepts into the real practical world, then will be hopeless. So the theory would be easily adapted to be in the practical world, then it is good, that kind of method. And what skills are we teaching to our students? Writing a business plan, negotiating, or pitch ideas. So these are the skills that we have to teach our students. But teaching alone, it won't be sufficient. So you have to invite the industry partners, the industry speaker, to evaluate their business plan, to evaluate their pitch ideas, and so on and so forth. Because you yourself, you are competent, to look at the wider scope of being an entrepreneur, because you are not in the business. Why can't we teach our students? Be creative, take risks, have a vision. Okay, myself, for me, I'm not this kind of person because I don't really take risks. Yeah, I don't like to take risks, and I also not really be a person with lots of ideas of this creativity. So I know from the first place, since I don't have all these, definitely I'm not being born to be as the entrepreneur. But time to time, even though my research areas in the supply chain management, but it's pretty much related to entrepreneurship. Yep. Supply chain is about what? It's about how do you connect the players in the business from the supplier, right? From the supplier to the company and to the customer. So when you have the integrations of the supplier, company, and also the customer, so you are creating the supply chain. So in a way, what we can say here, if there is no supply chain, there'll be no way you can get your business, right? So it's easy as that. To have a business, they should have a supply chain, right? So now, how do I come in as a lecturer on the supply chain? How do they get the supplies from the supplier? How do they actually sell the products to the customer? And how they actually transform the inputs to become the output? So these all are the ingredients, or what I would say the essence, that you can get from the supply chain management. Okay, now, if you are not taking a subject of this entrepreneurship, you wouldn't know how am I getting the supplies from my supplier? How many suppliers do I have? Right? So these are all the things that you will be taught in the class, yeah? Okay, and then teachable and not teachable. Okay, these all are something that can be taught, but these are cannot be taught. Right? So what do I teach my students? How to negotiate with your suppliers, how to negotiate with your customers, how do you set up your business plan, how do you set up your business model, how do you plan your supply chain, how do you pitch your idea, how do you do your market research, and how to write a business plan. So these are all can be taught. These are all can be educated. They can actually teach the students. But this one are impossible. You cannot teach people how to be taking risks, how you can have perseverance vision, because these are all actually embedded to ourselves as a human, right? As a human. Okay. So not implementable by everyone. So as I said just now, the questions on what can be taught. So now we have to be focused a few topics here that will help the students how they can leverage all these to become as their key tools, or key points for them to become as the successful entrepreneur. But these are the inputs which they should have as a person to become entrepreneur. They need to have all these individual kind of skills. Okay. So develop a lateral thinking instead of traditional thinking. So to become as entrepreneur, we have to change the mindset. We need to change the culture, right? So that's why I said from the beginning that our government, they have started this idea of embedded the entrepreneurship into our curriculum. Started in 2000, early of 2000. So we can see the evolutions, the demands from the students on the of this education. So it's becoming as more stronger and stronger and more higher and higher in terms of the demands from the students. So because why? We are trying to create some kind of a culture among the students to have the ideas, because entrepreneurship is about solving a problems. If you don't have the ideas on how to solve the problems, then you don't using your divergent thinking. So we need to create, or we need to train the students how they can have this divergent thinking, and from this divergent thinking, how we are translate that to become as convergent thinking. So this would be a new concept of our education. We have to change from the lateral thinking, from the traditional thinking to the lateral thinking by using these two concepts of thinking, yeah, in our education. Yeah. Okay, how it is being taught, yeah? Are we applying best practices or using the latest entrepreneurship tools? Are we emphasizing the practice or theory? Yeah, this is very important, yeah. As I said, it is not need to be 100% theory. Students don't like it. Students don't like it only theory. You need to be so smart in your teaching by embedding the element of practice. Are we localizing our teaching approach or just copying others? So you need to have your own models. You need to have your own kind of framework on how you can have this entrepreneurship education in your university. Yeah, are we elevating our performance and improving our approach? So time to time, how much you have improved, how much you have achieved, how much you have actually gained, yeah, from your strategies, from your plan, in terms of numbers of students that have involved, in terms of number of businesses that they have actually established, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So what we have to learn to do, we learn by doing. So this is very good kind of prop, yeah, by Aristotle. What we have to learn to do is by doing it. So it will be jive to the arguments that entrepreneurship cannot be learned in the classroom. So we have to let them do the business while they are taking the subjects of this entrepreneurship. Yeah. So this is the practice. You plan, you empathy, you create, you imprint, you experiment, and you have the reflection. Yeah. So teaching by using the puzzle. So you start the ideas of this teaching by doing some kind of puzzle, like you proxy sort of like the problems that the students need to get the solutions of these problems, you know, by putting all this puzzle back into the, you know, solve the puzzle. So this would be one of the ways how we can use the method in our entrepreneurship educations. Yeah. Okay, so the success story here. Okay, not to say about Universiti Malaya, yeah, but you can see here in Berkeley, they do have all these startup. Yeah, you see here, Larry Page, Peter Thiel, Reed Hastings, you know, in MIT. Yeah, they do have all these startup. Intel, Google, PayPal, and so on and so forth. Okay, Harvard, Cornell, and so on and so forth. Okay, not to say in Indonesia, I have been in Bandung. Yeah, I have been in the Institute of Technology Bandung, ITB, for my visiting professor. I was there for 6 months, and I feel like, you know, very impressed with the ITB because they do have a very good ecosystem of this entrepreneurship. Yeah, I love it so much. Yeah. In fact, you know, some of the things actually I'm learning from them on how to become a very good ecosystem that we can introduce in Malaya, that we can help our students to be more aggressive in the entrepreneurship. Yeah. Okay, and then who is learning it? So this will be, you know, our stakeholders, you know, students, entrepreneurs, employees, educators, and so on and so forth. Yeah. It's not whether we can teach entrepreneurship or course we can do that. It's who you can teach it to. Okay, so this another quotations that I think is very, very good by Steve Blank, you know, from the Silicon Valley entrepreneur. It's not whether we can teach entrepreneurship, but of course we can do that. You know, we can teach entrepreneurship, but it's who you can teach it to. So if you go back to my diagram, input, process, the output, yeah, the process is well, we do have a good process, but the input is who you can teach it to. Oh no, although your process is very good, very comprehensive, your module, your programs are good, but the people itself, they don't have the aspirations, they don't have the credibility, they don't have the capacities, so you won't go anywhere with your plan for this entrepreneurship educations. Yeah, so again, you won't get the outcome. Yep. So the whole must be deep into look at it, how much we do have the people that we can train to be as entrepreneur, how good would be our process, and how much would be the outcome from our process. Yeah. Okay, so these are the demographics, the entrepreneur demographics, so you can look into from in terms of the race. Yeah, if I look from my own background, yeah, comparing Chinese, Malay, and Indians, because in Malaysia we do have these three race, yeah, major. Not to say that there's some kind of gaps between the race. No, there's no. But the most would be interested to join this program would be from Malay, right? From Malay, right? Okay, the least will be from Indian, and the numbers of Chinese. Yeah. Oh no, Chinese is not the top. Chinese is not the top. Malay second, Indian number third, the third one. So you can see, because the numbers are quite between Chinese and Malay are quite consistent every year. Yeah, how many of them actually interested to join the program? So, but we can see, because Chinese in Malaysia, most of them coming from the business family, so they started to have the business kind of knowledge, the business skills, from their young age already. So when they enroll the program, so they are actually one step ahead in doing their own business. They already know what things actually need to be done and everything. So that's the example. Yeah. And then the male and female, I would say most of them actually female. Yeah, the one actually more interested to be joining our program. Yeah. So these are the demographics that when you do your programs, what things that you need to look into demographic. Because why? These demographics is very important to tell us your people, the people that you want to convert them to become as entrepreneur, right? So you have to look at their demographic profile. Who are they? So now our goal as entrepreneurship educators, not strictly to produce entrepreneurs, but inspire people to learn about entrepreneurship and their role in it, right? So not only to produce them to become as entrepreneur that they can get money, they can get profit, no. But we have to teach them, inspire them, that they can solve the problems and get the solutions of the problems. That's the key word, yeah. That their responsibility is to get the solutions of the problems. So that will be the goal of the entrepreneurship educators, yeah, that we have to embed to the curriculum, yeah. Entrepreneur education, can we teach a person? Yeah, we have to teach a person to think entrepreneurially. Yep. Can we teach a person to become entrepreneur? I think that will be very subjective, yeah, because the element of these skills, everything need to be also come together with the knowledge, right? So, but we can teach them to think entrepreneurially. Yep. So the skills, everything actually is everybody nature, right? But if we can teach them how they can think as entrepreneur, right? So a person here that we wish to produce is to be this one, not to be this one. Yep, not to be this one, but this one. How they can think to be as entrepreneur, yeah? Think is a bit different than the convert them to become as entrepreneur. Think is very important, yeah? Okay, now, entrepreneur education, yeah, this is a person. So these are the one that we aims to wish, we aims to get that from our programs, to be entrepreneur, either social entrepreneur, or even though at least they can just be a supporter. Okay, now to become as entrepreneur, it can be in the supply chain. Either they are the suppliers, or they are the manufacturers, or they can be the intermediaries of the supply chain. So we can look more detail on this, yeah, from the program itself, yeah. Okay, now the way forward, like we have to develop our entrepreneur education by looking at these 5 main questions. Who is it do the teaching? What is being taught? How is it being taught? Who is learning it? And how to build the ecosystem, right? And then we have to measure them success. We have to measure the success differently, yeah. Okay, in UMAC, Entrepreneurship Center of Malaysia Malaya, we do have different kind of indicators how we measure the success of the program. Yeah, so we need to highlight and support local entrepreneurs. We set realistic expectations about entrepreneurship. Yeah. Okay, can we teach entrepreneurship? Of course, the answer here would be yes, we can. We can let the students to have the thinking of entrepreneurial. Although you cannot change them, but at least if they do have a thinking as entrepreneur, yeah, they can be as entrepreneur. Yeah. How we teach entrepreneurship, we still need to learn. That's why most of the businessmen, right, they will keep saying that we are in the learning process, because why? The more that they are facing challenges in the real world, the more that they are learning how to tackle the issues to get the solutions. Yeah. So becoming as entrepreneurship is about learning process. From day one that you are putting yourself as the entrepreneur, you keep learning every day because you'll be facing lots new things, in your business, right? Okay, so I will skip this number 2, yeah, since like we have another half an hour, yeah. I'll be go quickly about Malaysia. Okay, Malaysia, again, as I said, entrepreneurship is a key driver of our economy. Therefore, entrepreneurship education is to prepare the youth and adults to succeed in an entrepreneurial economy. Yeah. So this is what we aim to have, yeah, from our education. Yeah. And then this the benefit, yeah, for the elementary schools, for the middle schools, for the high school levels, for the post-secondary and adult students. What do we get as benefit, yeah, from this entrepreneurship educations? So you can see, yeah, even though you are at the elementary schools level, right, students will already have shown the benefits, yeah, if we started already these entrepreneurship educations at their level, yeah, then here they can be as the successful entrepreneur by demonstrating a business startup. That's what we are looking at, yeah, as the outcome from the program. Yeah. So this Malaysia want to be, right? So high income, inclusiveness, sustainability. So entrepreneurial, one of the wishes that Malaysia wants to be in the future. Right? We will be keen or focus on these entrepreneurial activities. So how do we can go about it? Start to embed in our education system on this entrepreneurial subject. Yeah. Okay, transform the Malaysian education landscape to prepare for Malaysia's future generation by design and no longer by chance. Right. So students by design, right? Not longer by the chance. So this is what we wish to transform, yeah, from our education landscape. Yeah. How we can achieve this? We try to create a student not to be job seeker, but now to be job creator. So we need to change our philosophies, yeah, in our education, that we are not producing students as a job seeker, but we are producing the students to become as the job creator, so they can create the jobs from their ideas that they have generated or transform into the business. Then more jobs can be created, and then definitely you can help the government, you can help the nations in terms of economy, right? And at the same time, you are enhancing the social well-being of the society. So if you can look at the holistic of this new kind of policy that we have, new aspiration that we have, like to create a students a job, to become as a job creator. So in a way, it helps government a lot. That students nowadays, they can survive even though during the pandemic, they know how to venture into this online business and becoming as the businessman, right? So because most of the students now, they are doing online teaching, online learning, so they can take advantage of that as well to do the online business. Yeah. So we want to move from the word human capital to human being for the talent. Yep. So end game is to make the Malaysian education system to be referred, respected, as well relevant, right? So relevant to what? Relevant to the industry, because industry are looking for the businessmen, industry are looking for the entrepreneurs. These are good to be, okay. Education, okay. Go to here that we have 11 here. That's all meant to be for entrepreneurs. So what we have here as for the entrepreneurship, we have the industrial program, empowerment program, social entrepreneurship program, credited core curriculum activities. We do have collaborations with the industry entrepreneurs, training, TOT program. We have the fully integrated student entrepreneurial mapping and entrepreneurial knowledge management system. We do have small, medium enterprise development academy. Yep. Ministry of Education Entrepreneurial Awards. We give awards to the students actually who have successfully run a business while they are studying in the university, right? So these are the challenges. Yeah, competency of academics. Again, yeah, as what we have talking about, who actually need to teach for the subject, whether the industry people or the professors. Professors, they are good in terms of theory, but in terms of practical, they are a little bit handicapped. Yeah. Okay, because of that, I'm now bringing you to the UMAC, what UMAC has done. Okay, this is UMAC, Ministry of Malaya Entrepreneurship Center. So this is the office of UMAC. We do have our signage here. And this is our sort of like a compound that students can have, can see it as a launch. Yeah. So this is our XVC and our XTNC. Yeah. Okay, this is the one I was mentioning that we have won the award, SSB accredited, yeah, for entrepreneurship best center for the in the world. Yeah. So we are among the top 15. Yeah, we are among the top 15. Yeah. So these are among our programs that we have done. Yeah. So we do have these UMAC food box that students are selling the food. Here we do have the UMAC box that students selling food or selling things from the vending machine. And we do have the cubes here. And we also have the food truck, students selling the food by using the food truck. Yeah. And we do have the system, Entrepreneurial Connect, that students are being connected among themselves as well the entrepreneur, the real entrepreneur in the business. So they got been connected because they want to get supplies, they want to get customers. So we have actually established a platform so that they can be participated or being connected with the industry as a real, right? As a real. And we do have this online business academy, right? So it has been established way back in 2015. Yeah, we created an academy for the to teach students on doing online business in a proper way. So luckily now we do have this pandemic. So the students that actually have involved or participated in the program, So they have yeah, on how to do this online business. Yeah, yeah, we do have the mobile app academy. So this the simple kind of mini 7-Eleven that been established by the students, and this our siswa walk, all been done or been managed by the students. Yeah, and then we do have this koperasi, and all the businesses are being part under this koperasi. So means to say that we are not doing it for the sake of theory. We are making it as a real businesses with all the students who actually participated in this program. Yeah. Okay, and then what we have achieved here, our own students, we have actually make it as a challenge. Our students actually have generated income up to 9,000 within 3 weeks. So it shows here that this their CGPA, they are good students, they are among the good students, but because they do have they're passionate to be as the businessman, so they have actually participated in our program, and we run a program, make it as a challenge, that students have generated income up to 9,000 ringgit Malaysia within 3 weeks from our program. So, and this program, this student, Mohamad Sofi bin Hashim, during this program, he was in his third year. He was in his third year of program, academic Islam. Yeah, he was in the academic Islam. He managed to get this 9,000 as the profit, income generation from the 3 weeks program. And who is he now? He is now a successful businessman. He is not practicing what he has learned in his faculty, because he learned on the Islamic studies, right? But what he now practicing is how he embed the Islamic values into his business. He is not now becoming as ustad, because he's supposed to be a teacher, teaching Islamic studies, Islamic subjects, but now he becoming a successful entrepreneur, and he has abandoned the values what he has learned in the degree to be in this business. So now he can be called as Islamic businessman, right? A successful Islamic businessman. This is what we wish to produce more and more. Lot more of students like this. Yeah. And I would say most of the students are now this Siti Hajar. Siti Hajar also is one of the student. Now she's becoming the founder of a business. She has her own business now, and she's actually I think her business now is like 500,000 kind of values. I think like almost more than 1 million kind of values, of his business, of her business. Yeah, I am, I do keep in touch with them because I love to hear their success stories. They always come back to me to share their success stories and their businesses. Okay, I can admit, even though my salary now is less than them, they are making monthly their profit millions, whereas my salary is not even, reach quarter of their, not even quarter, 1% of their income as a professor. So that's why I say this is the one actually we try to push more students, to show them what are those impact when you are taking this program and becoming part of our programs, our students, because we try to produce as much as we can numbers of students that as a success entrepreneur, right? Okay, this is a program that we have. Okay, now, so what we had a very successful program in Universiti Malaya in the campus. Then we start to promote to the ministries. So we went to all ministries. We try to promote to them the same program what we have done in Universiti Malaya. We have students to the communities. For example, here we did have this challenge for the Kementerian Wilayah. Those people actually under this B40 di paras kemiskinan di kawasan wilayah persekutuan di Kuala Lumpur. So we had 3 series of program, and surprising, you can see here they are making monies during the program. See, millions of income that they actually have generated, and these people are not not, I mean, they are working but not a kind of well income. So staying in Kuala Lumpur, staying in the city is very hard for them to survive if depending only one income. So that's why they need to get second income by doing the business. So they join our programs, and they have actually gathered, you can see here, most of them actually they have achieved lots of income. So these are among the success stories that we have. Yep, we do also have the keusahawanan desa, the rural entrepreneurship. Yeah, we are working with the ministries and how our students go to the rural area to help the rural people how to transform the resources that they have in the rural to become as the business to generate income. And so these are our another success stories that we have actually generated income from our agrobox, that we have actually do have crops. Staying in Kuala Lumpur, of course, we have limitations in terms of the tanah untuk pertanian. So what we have done, actually we create tapak pertanian itu di atas container. So we try to come up with the solutions of the problems, how the urban people can do this agriculture thing, to help them so that they can, one thing, they can generate income, and another thing, they can also plant the crops, and they can consume on their own, so they don't have to buy, to spend to buy and to get the crops. So these are the activities that we have done. So we manage to promote the program to the communities as well to the school. So students know now how to plant the vegetables by using the traditional, by using the modern ways, how you can use all this technology. So I was like giving a lecture, I was giving a workshop to the communities, how they can be part of this business. These are all my success stories. Lessons in productivity for Malaysian youth. Obek bantu pelajar berniaga atas talian, and so on and so forth. So these are the
Hai semua, saya Super Obek. Nak tahu apa itu Obek? Obek adalah singkatan kepada Online Business Academy yang diwujudkan oleh Universiti Malaya di bawah kelolaan Universiti Malaya Entrepreneurship Center UMED. Obek ini bertujuan untuk memberi pendidikan dan latihan khusus mengenai perniagaan online. Super Obek nak tanya, siapa dalam dewan ini yang tidak ada akaun Facebook? Sila angkat tangan. Wah, ramainya yang tak angkat tangan.
So this is one of the promotion ways, and most of our programs actually have been
Bisnes dalam talian mencatat pendapatan hampir 1 bilion ringgit. Justru bagi mengembangkan potensinya, satu memorandum persefahaman MOU mengenai transformasi pendidikan perniagaan dalam talian telah dimeterai Kementerian Kemajuan Luar Bandar dan Wilayah KKLW dengan Universiti Malaya UM. MOU ditandatangani Menteri Kemajuan Luar Bandar dan Wilayah Dato Sri Ismail Sabri Yaakob dengan timbalan Naib Chancellor UM Profesor Dato Dr. Rohayana Yusof di Kuala Lumpur. Langkah ini sebagai satu bentuk kerjasama ke arah memantapkan lagi modul pendidikan keusahawanan yang dijalankan Akademi Perniagaan dalam Talian (BAC). Modul ini akan diteliti sebelum direalisasikan.
That's one thing here. Okay, this is the thing you can see here. This is the agro box. So we do have fish and also we do have vegetables. So we use all this technology which we actually collaborate with our engineering department, our engineering faculty, how actually we can have this technology to be in our university. So we don't have to get an area, yeah, we don't have to get tanah, yeah, but we still can plant the vegetables as well. We can do the fishing here by using the technology. Yeah, this is what we call as aquaponic. Yeah, it was being set up on the road. Yeah, and these are our students. So we sell the vegetables to the campus, and the income that we have actually part of their salaries as well. We go back to the programs as part of the income. Yeah. So this is our production.
Individu yang cemerlang seperti anda.
Okey, dan kita juga nak menggalakkan tentang keusahawanan.
Betul.
Sebab kita perhatikan
Okay. Okay, so these are among the videos that we have. Yeah, but I won't go through all of this. Okay, so you can see lots of the newspapers. Yeah, yeah, this one. Okay, this is our business model, right? We target the market. We have the programs here, either be sponsored by the corporate or alumni, collaborates with the agencies, and if we've been invited by the agencies, and then we create more students to be trained or do have their own business, and we can have more MOUs and MOA with the agencies, and we pattern the programs, product and services, and we can create businesses. And UMAC is becoming more visible and the students get more income. In fact, the income also goes to the UMAC. Yeah. Okay, this is our entrepreneurship for all. As I said, yeah, it is not one man show. You have to integrate with all the ecosystem that you have in the university, right? So this is the UMAC entrepreneurial ecosystem. I don't think I need to go through all this, yeah, but you can see lah how actually all sections, all departments, all the faculties, all are being well integrated, and towards the end, it can generate income to the university, right? For the students, innovative entrepreneurial learning and teaching, right? So what we call here, UMAC is here, is part of a learning factory, right? We have the pre and we do have post here. Pre program, students can get all these educations, can get all this knowledge from the classes. How do they design the business, management skills, and so on and so forth. But they won't be sufficient if only this be taught in the class. So they need to be in the second phase. What we have in UMAC is we act to be as the, my dear, hang on, not yet. We are as part of the learning factory. So we call it as our staff as learning factory, which we are mentoring, we are coaching, we are trying to create the networking, students and also the industry. So towards the end, students can fly on their own, you know, they can get the advantage of becoming a successful entrepreneur, and we will still support them, you know, how to come up with more innovation, as well the internationalization of the programs. Yeah. So these are the phases that we have. We need to have the, my dear, what's this? we do have the incultural phase, we need to have the development phase, and we also have the empower phase. So what would be our success story in UMAC? I would say we do have this model that we have have applied within like 3 to 4 years, and it shows that the model is very successful, that we have learned here, that students need to be inculcated during their classroom educations, and then they also need to be placed in the factory that do the real business, what we call as development phase. Then later they need to be assessed based on their progress, empowerment phase, and then we can link up them with the industry, right? So I think that's all my session. It's nicely 1.5 hours.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Suhaiza has presented incredible presentations, and I myself really understand that entrepreneurship is not only connecting with the how to get money or business, but more than that, this is about mindset change. Okay, so I think the session will be stopped for break first, because right now in Malaysia, I'm sure it is about 1:30 p.m. Yeah,
it's 1:30.
Yeah, in Indonesia now 12:30 p.m. So we have a break for 30 minutes. After that, we will continue our session, and then after the third session, we will have question and answer. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and the speakers, for break we have 30 minutes, so we will be back at 1 p.m. and then after that we will have the third session. Okay?
I can see from the chat room there are so many questions here.
Yeah.
In fact, I can try to reply them, one by one through the chat room. Would that be okay? Because I know you have the next session will be 12:30, that you will have the next presentation, right? By
and then we will have a question and answer after after Dr. Asmak.
So my Q&A session will be before her session or after her session?
After her session, because we have panel session with Professor Suhaiza and Dr. Asmak will have the panel session, so session 2 and 3, and then after that Suhaiza can reply all the questions on the chat room.
Yeah, I will try to reply this one. Yeah.
Okay. For the break, we can have 30 minutes, and we will be back at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Pekalongan, kota yang dikenal dunia karena batiknya. Kota ini mendapat penghargaan dari UNESCO sebagai kota kreatif dunia, di mana kehidupan masyarakatnya tak lepas dari seni dan ragam budaya. Generasi muda yang kreatif dan berbudaya juga harus diimbangi dengan pendidikan yang tinggi. Dari beberapa perguruan tinggi di Pekalongan, Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan adalah satu-satunya program Pascasarjana dari institut negeri yang berada di Pekalongan. Eksistensi program Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan merupakan bentuk upaya IAIN untuk meningkatkan pelayanan pendidikan tingkat tinggi yang kompeten dalam ilmu keislaman, profesional, dan bertanggung jawab terhadap transformasi sosial masyarakat muslim di wilayah Pantura, Jawa, dan umumnya Indonesia. Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan memiliki konsep pendidikan yang terkemuka dan kompetitif di tingkat nasional pada tahun 2036. Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan dikelola secara profesional dengan berpijak pada Islam rahmatan lil alamin, telah menjawab permasalahan wajah pendidikan dewasa ini yang hanya fokus pada transfer ilmu pengetahuan. Terobosan pendidikan yang diharapkan mampu menjawab tantangan zaman dengan mengkader generasi unggul yang bertakwa dan kompeten. Pascasarjana menawarkan 2 program magister, Pendidikan Agama Islam dan Hukum Keluarga. Krisis moralitas dan krisis kemanusiaan secara universal disebabkan oleh kurang tertanamnya nilai-nilai dasar keagamaan dalam kepribadian. Pascasarjana menghadirkan jurusan Pendidikan Agama Islam mengacu dari realitas kebutuhan institusi keislaman di Indonesia sebagai tempat pembentukan pakar di bidang pendidikan agama Islam yang berbasis nilai-nilai rahmatan lil alamin. Lemahnya karakter bangsa Indonesia yang religius menjadikan praktek berbangsa dan bernegara banyak mengalami penyimpangan. Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan merupakan langkah efektif dalam membangun kembali kemanusiaan dan karakter bangsa melalui jurusan hukum keluarga. Pendidikan yang mengedepankan aspek nilai karakter kemanusiaan yang kuat sehingga profesi kepakarannya dapat dipercaya dalam membentuk generasi bangsa yang handal dan berkarakter rahmatan lil alamin. Dengan menggunakan sistem pembelajaran diskusi aktif, Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan memiliki berbagai fasilitas unggulan, antara lain ruang perkuliahan multimedia. Prasarana yang berbasis teknologi diharapkan mampu mengefektifkan proses pentransferan ilmu, serta ditunjang dengan dosen pengajar kualifikasi doktor dan guru besar. Sebagai penunjang akademik utama, laboratorium menjadi sangat penting keberadaannya. Pascasarjana berusaha memenuhi kebutuhan ini dengan menghadirkan laboratorium komputer dan laboratorium bahasa guna memfasilitasi para mahasiswanya terampil berbahasa internasional seperti bahasa Inggris dan bahasa Arab. Laboratorium Micro Teaching sebagai wadah penyaluran teori yang didapat dari jurusan Pendidikan Agama Islam. Laboratorium Peradilan Semu sebagai proses pengaplikasian teori hukum keluarga Islam. Perpustakaan yang representatif berguna dalam memperluas pilar wawasan intelektual serta spiritual, dilengkapi ratusan kitab-kitab tafsir dan ilmu keagamaan dengan fasilitas ruang baca yang luas, akses internet, tempat penitipan barang serta menggunakan sistem OPAC atau Open Public Access Catalog. Untuk menunjang perkuliahan yang tersinergi dengan perkembangan zaman, Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan menyediakan free hotspot area agar para mahasiswa mampu mengakses informasi dari berbagai belahan dunia. Ilmu tidak hanya terbatas pengetahuan dunia, karena kita diciptakan untuk terus menyeimbangkan diri. Di Pascasarjana, para mahasiswa dibudayakan untuk menguatkan ruhiyah dan iptek melalui kajian kitab kuning, fikih, dan tafsir. Selain sarana penunjang akademik, Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan memiliki balai kesehatan poliklinik yang diharapkan mampu membantu kebutuhan kesehatan para mahasiswa maupun sivitas akademik. Kerjasama aktif dengan lebih dari 5 institut yang tersebar di negara Malaysia dan Brunei Darussalam memberikan kesempatan bagi mahasiswa untuk memperluas wawasan, mobilitas, dan jaringan guna menghasilkan lulusan yang kompetitif dalam persaingan global. Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan adalah langkah awal untuk membuka jendela dunia. Dengan lebih dari ratusan alumni yang tersebar di penjuru Nusantara dan dunia, kami siap membantu Anda menjadi magister yang kompetitif dan memiliki nilai-nilai keislaman. Masa depan yang cerah ada di genggamanmu.
Indonesia adalah negara dengan penduduk muslim terbesar di dunia dan banyak ulama kelas dunia berasal dari Indonesia, sehingga Indonesia layak menjadi pilihan untuk tempat studi. Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan sebagai salah satu lembaga pendidikan tinggi di Indonesia siap mengantarkan mahasiswa menjadi magister yang kompetitif dalam persaingan global. Oleh karena itu, kami mengajak para pemuda muslim dunia untuk belajar di Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan. Karena itu, Mari bergabung bersama kami menuju masa depan yang gemilang.
IAIN Pekalongan didirikan pada tahun 1997 dengan nama STAIN Pekalongan, yang dimana pada tahun 2016 alih status menjadi Institut Agama Islam Negeri Pekalongan dengan visi menjadi perguruan tinggi keagamaan Islam yang terkemuka dan kompetitif dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi berwawasan keindonesiaan di tingkat nasional pada tahun 2036. Perkuliahan yang didukung dengan gedung dan ruang kuliah yang nyaman, serta sistem perkuliahan yang berbentuk diskusi kelas dan partisipasi aktif mahasiswa. Perkuliahan juga didukung dengan metode pengajaran yang variatif dari dosen yang memiliki kompetensi di bidangnya. Iklim akademik menekankan pada pembekalan mahasiswa untuk dilatih berpikir kritis, rasional, mandiri, terbuka, dan menjunjung tinggi nilai-nilai toleransi. Guna menunjang kegiatan perkuliahan, IAIN Pekalongan menyediakan perpustakaan yang dilengkapi dengan ruang baca yang luas, tempat penitipan barang, serta menggunakan sistem OPAC atau Open Public Access Catalog, serta fasilitas tambahan seperti tempat ibadah yang nyaman dan bersih, laboratorium micro-teaching, laboratorium komputer, laboratorium bahasa, laboratorium bank minim, laboratorium peradilan semu, warnet mahasiswa, poliklinik, sarana olahraga, serta area parkir yang luas. IAIN Pekalongan memiliki beberapa fakultas meliputi Fakultas Syariah yang memiliki 3 jurusan, yaitu Hukum Keluarga Islam, Hukum Ekonomi Syariah, dan Hukum Tata Negara Islam. Fakultas Tarbiyah dan Ilmu Keguruan memiliki 6 jurusan, yaitu Pendidikan Agama Islam, Pendidikan Bahasa Arab, Pendidikan Guru Madrasah Ibtidaiyah, Pendidikan Islam Anak Usia Dini, Tadris Bahasa Inggris, dan Tadris Matematika. Fakultas Usuluddin Adab dan Dakwah memiliki 6 jurusan, yaitu Ilmu Hadis, Ilmu Al-Quran dan Tafsir, Tasawuf dan Psikoterapi, Bimbingan Penyuluhan Islam, Komunikasi dan Penyiaran Islam, dan Manajemen Dakwah. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Islam yang memiliki 3 jurusan, yaitu Ekonomi Syariah, Perbankan Syariah, serta Akuntansi Syariah. IAIN Pekalongan memiliki wadah bagi mahasiswa yang ingin menyalurkan bakatnya melalui beberapa unit kegiatan khusus dan unit kegiatan mahasiswa, antaranya UKK Menwa, UKK Koperasi Mahasiswa, UKK KSR PMI, UKK Racana Kusuma Bangsa, UKM Teater Zenit, UKM Seni Musik El Fata, UKM Gemalawa, UKM Speak, UKM LPM Al-Mizan, UKM Lembaga Tilawatil Quran, UKM Studi Gender Mahasiswa, UKM LDK Al-Fatah, dan UKM Sport. Bertambahnya mahasiswa dari tahun ke tahun menuntut IAIN Pekalongan untuk menambah fasilitas penunjang perkuliahan guna memperbanyak akses pendidikan serta untuk menuju akreditasi nasional. Untuk itu, IAIN Pekalongan membangun gedung baru sebagai jawabannya. Dalam pembangunan gedung baru, IAIN Pekalongan memilih daerah kabupaten sebagai lokasi yang diharapkan mampu mendominasi perkembangan serta mendorong tumbuhnya perguruan tinggi di Kabupaten Pekalongan. Selain lokasi yang strategis, gedung baru ini mampu memenuhi fasilitas penunjang perkuliahan baik dari kebutuhan sarana maupun prasarana. Lebih dari ribuan mahasiswa lulusan IAIN Pekalongan telah diserap oleh masyarakat dan banyak instansi terkemuka yang mengandalkan kemampuan intelektual, sosial, serta spiritual yang dimiliki oleh mahasiswa IAIN Pekalongan. IAIN Pekalongan adalah langkah awal untuk menuju gerbang dunia. IAIN Pekalongan sebagai kampus rahmatan lil alamin siap membantu mahasiswanya untuk menjadi sarjana yang kompetitif serta memiliki dasar keislaman yang kuat. Dan masa depan yang gemilang ada di depan mata.
IAIN Pekalongan memiliki visi menjadi perguruan tinggi keagamaan Islam yang terkemuka dan kompetitif dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi yang berwawasan keindonesiaan di tingkat nasional pada tahun 2036. Jadi harapannya dengan visi dan misi ini maka IAIN Pekalongan memiliki peran yang sangat signifikan, urgen di dunia pendidikan, di mana nanti alumni-alumni IAIN Pekalongan itu akan menjadi sarjana-sarjana, akan menjadi sumber daya manusia yang ada di Indonesia yang tidak saja memiliki pengetahuan agama yang luas, ilmu pengetahuan yang luas, tapi juga setia, cinta kepada tanah airnya, setia kepada Indonesia, NKRI, dan di samping itu juga memiliki kemandirian, kepeloporan di dalam kehidupannya. Jadi ini saya kira yang mungkin perlu diketahui oleh masyarakat secara umum yang ada di Indonesia secara umum dan khususnya yang ada di wilayah Karesidenan Pekalongan, supaya nanti masyarakat itu ketika akan memasukkan putra-putrinya ke IAIN Pekalongan tidak was-was, karena yakin bahwa IAIN Pekalongan itu memiliki misi, memiliki visi misi, dan juga akan mencetak sumber daya manusia, generasi-generasi yang insya Allah akan bermanfaat untuk mereka di dunia, di akhirat, bahkan juga bermanfaat untuk masyarakat Indonesia secara lebih luas lagi sesuai dengan visi misi dan moto IAIN Pekalongan.
IAIN Pekalongan didirikan pada tahun 1997 dengan nama STAIN Pekalongan, yang dimana pada tahun 2016 alih status menjadi Institut Agama Islam Negeri Pekalongan dengan visi menjadi perguruan tinggi keagamaan Islam yang terkemuka dan kompetitif dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi berwawasan keindonesiaan di tingkat nasional pada tahun 2036. Perkuliahan yang didukung dengan gedung dan ruang kuliah yang nyaman, serta sistem perkuliahan yang berbentuk diskusi kelas dan partisipasi aktif mahasiswa. Perkuliahan juga didukung dengan metode pengajaran yang variatif dari dosen yang memiliki kompetensi di bidangnya. Iklim akademik menekankan pada pembekalan mahasiswa untuk dilatih berpikir kritis, rasional, mandiri, terbuka, dan menjunjung tinggi nilai-nilai toleransi. Guna menunjang kegiatan perkuliahan, IAIN Pekalongan menyediakan perpustakaan yang dilengkapi dengan ruang baca yang luas, tempat penitipan barang, serta menggunakan sistem OPAC atau Open Public Access Catalog, serta fasilitas tambahan seperti tempat ibadah yang nyaman dan bersih, laboratorium micro-teaching, laboratorium komputer, laboratorium bahasa, laboratorium bank minim, laboratorium peradilan semu, warnet mahasiswa, poliklinik, sarana olahraga, serta area parkir yang luas. IAIN Pekalongan memiliki beberapa fakultas meliputi Fakultas Syariah yang memiliki 3 jurusan, yaitu Hukum Keluarga Islam, Hukum Ekonomi Syariah, dan Hukum Tata Negara Islam. Fakultas Tarbiyah dan Ilmu Keguruan memiliki 6 jurusan, yaitu Pendidikan Agama Islam, Pendidikan Bahasa Arab, Pendidikan Guru Madrasah Ibtidaiyah, Pendidikan Islam Anak Usia Dini, Tadris Bahasa Inggris, dan Tadris Matematika. Fakultas Usuluddin Adab dan Dakwah memiliki 6 jurusan, yaitu Ilmu Hadis, Ilmu Al-Quran dan Tafsir, Tasawuf dan Psikoterapi, Bimbingan Penyuluhan Islam, Komunikasi dan Penyiaran Islam, dan Manajemen Dakwah. Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis Islam yang memiliki 3 jurusan, yaitu Ekonomi Syariah, Perbankan Syariah, serta Akuntansi Syariah. IAIN Pekalongan memiliki wadah bagi mahasiswa yang ingin menyalurkan bakatnya melalui beberapa unit kegiatan khusus dan unit kegiatan mahasiswa, diantaranya UKK Menwa, UKK Koperasi Mahasiswa, UKK KSR PMI, UKK Racana Kusuma Bangsa, UKM Teater Zenit, UKM Seni Musik Elfata, UKM Gemalawa, UKM Speak, UKM LPM Al-Mizan, UKM Lembaga Tilawatil Quran, UKM Studi Gender Mahasiswa, UKM LDK Al-Fatah, dan UKM Sport. Bertambahnya mahasiswa dari tahun ke tahun menuntut IAIN Pekalongan untuk menambah fasilitas penunjang perkuliahan guna memperbanyak akses pendidikan serta untuk menuju akreditasi nasional. Untuk itu, IAIN Pekalongan membangun gedung baru sebagai jawabannya. Dalam pembangunan gedung baru, IAIN Pekalongan memilih daerah kabupaten sebagai lokasi yang diharapkan mampu mendominasi perkembangan serta mendorong tumbuhnya perguruan tinggi di Kabupaten Pekalongan. Selain lokasi yang strategis, gedung baru ini mampu memenuhi fasilitas penunjang perkuliahan baik dari kebutuhan sarana maupun prasarana. Lebih dari ribuan mahasiswa lulusan IAIN Pekalongan telah diserap oleh masyarakat dan banyak instansi terkemuka yang mengandalkan kemampuan intelektual, sosial, serta spiritual yang dimiliki oleh mahasiswa IAIN Pekalongan. IAIN Pekalongan adalah langkah awal untuk menuju gerbang dunia. IAIN Pekalongan sebagai kampus rahmatan lil alamin siap membantu mahasiswanya untuk menjadi sarjana yang kompetitif serta memiliki dasar keislaman yang kuat. Dan masa depan yang gemilang ada di depan mata.
IAIN Pekalongan memiliki visi menjadi perguruan tinggi keagamaan Islam yang terkemuka dan kompetitif dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi yang berwawasan keindonesiaan di tingkat nasional pada tahun 2036. Jadi harapannya dengan visi dan misi ini maka IAIN Pekalongan memiliki peran yang sangat signifikan, urgen di dunia pendidikan, di mana nanti alumni-alumni IAIN Pekalongan itu akan menjadi sarjana-sarjana, akan menjadi sumber daya manusia yang ada di Indonesia yang tidak saja memiliki pengetahuan agama yang luas, ilmu pengetahuan yang luas, tapi juga setia, cinta kepada tanah airnya, setia kepada Indonesia, NKRI, dan di samping itu juga memiliki kemandirian, kepeloporan di dalam kehidupannya. Jadi ini saya kira yang mungkin perlu diketahui oleh masyarakat secara umum yang ada di Indonesia secara umum dan khususnya yang ada di wilayah Karesidenan Pekalongan, supaya nanti masyarakat itu ketika akan memasukkan putra-putrinya ke IAIN Pekalongan tidak was-was, karena yakin bahwa IAIN Pekalongan itu memiliki misi, memiliki visi, misi, dan juga akan mencetak sumber daya manusia, generasi-generasi yang insya Allah akan bermanfaat untuk mereka di dunia, di akhirat, bahkan juga bermanfaat untuk masyarakat Indonesia secara lebih luas lagi sesuai dengan visi, misi, dan moto IAIN Pekalongan.
Pekalongan, kota yang dikenal dunia karena batiknya. Kota ini mendapat penghargaan dari UNESCO sebagai kota kreatif dunia, di mana kehidupan masyarakatnya tak lepas dari seni dan ragam budaya. Generasi muda yang kreatif dan berbudaya juga harus diimbangi dengan pendidikan yang tinggi. Dari beberapa perguruan tinggi di Pekalongan, Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan adalah satu-satunya program Pascasarjana dari institut negeri yang berada di Pekalongan. Eksistensi program Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan merupakan bentuk upaya IAIN untuk meningkatkan pelayanan pendidikan tingkat tinggi yang kompeten dalam ilmu keislaman, profesional, dan bertanggung jawab terhadap transformasi sosial masyarakat Muslim di wilayah Pantura, Jawa, dan umumnya Indonesia. Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan memiliki konsep pendidikan yang terkemuka dan kompetitif di tingkat nasional pada tahun 2036. Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan dikelola secara profesional dengan berpijak pada Islam rahmatan lil alamin, telah menjawab permasalahan wajah pendidikan dewasa ini yang hanya fokus pada transfer ilmu pengetahuan. Terobosan pendidikan yang diharapkan mampu menjawab tantangan zaman dengan mengkader generasi unggul yang bertakwa dan kompeten. Pascasarjana menawarkan 2 program magister, pendidikan agama Islam dan hukum keluarga. Krisis moralitas dan krisis kemanusiaan secara universal disebabkan oleh kurang tertanamnya nilai-nilai dasar keagamaan dalam kepribadian. Pascasarjana menghadirkan jurusan pendidikan agama Islam mengacu dari realitas kebutuhan institusi keislaman di Indonesia sebagai tempat pembentukan pakar di bidang pendidikan agama Islam yang berbasis nilai-nilai rahmatan lil alamin. Lemahnya karakter bangsa Indonesia yang religius menjadikan praktek berbangsa dan bernegara banyak mengalami penyimpangan. Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan merupakan langkah efektif dalam membangun kembali kemanusiaan dan karakter bangsa melalui jurusan hukum keluarga. Pendidikan yang mengedepankan aspek nilai karakter kemanusiaan yang kuat sehingga profesi kepakarannya dapat dipercaya dalam membentuk generasi bangsa yang handal dan berkarakter rahmatan lil alamin. Dengan menggunakan sistem pembelajaran diskusi aktif, Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan memiliki berbagai fasilitas unggulan, antara lain ruang perkuliahan multimedia. Prasarana yang berbasis teknologi diharapkan mampu mengefektifkan proses pentransferan ilmu, serta ditunjang dengan dosen pengajar kualifikasi doktor dan guru besar. Sebagai penunjang akademik utama, laboratorium menjadi sangat penting keberadaannya. Pascasarjana berusaha memenuhi kebutuhan ini dengan menghadirkan laboratorium komputer dan laboratorium bahasa guna memfasilitasi para mahasiswanya terampil berbahasa internasional seperti bahasa Inggris dan bahasa Arab. Laboratorium Micro Teaching sebagai wadah penyaluran teori yang didapat dari jurusan pendidikan agama Islam. Laboratorium Peradilan Semu sebagai proses pengaplikasian teori hukum keluarga Islam. Perpustakaan yang representatif berguna dalam memperluas pilar wawasan intelektual serta spiritual, dilengkapi ratusan kitab-kitab tafsir dan ilmu keagamaan dengan fasilitas ruang baca yang luas, akses internet, tempat penitipan barang serta menggunakan sistem OPAC atau Open Public Access Catalog. Untuk menunjang perkuliahan yang tersinergi dengan perkembangan zaman, Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan menyediakan free hotspot area agar para mahasiswa mampu mengakses informasi dari berbagai belahan dunia. Ilmu tidak hanya terbatas pengetahuan dunia, karena kita diciptakan untuk terus menyeimbangkan diri. Di Pascasarjana, para mahasiswa dibudayakan untuk menguatkan ruhiyah dan iptek melalui kajian kitab kuning, fikih, dan tafsir. Selain sarana penunjang akademik, Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan memiliki balai kesehatan poliklinik yang diharapkan mampu membantu kebutuhan kesehatan para mahasiswa maupun sivitas akademik. Kerjasama aktif dengan lebih dari 5 institut yang tersebar di negara Malaysia dan Brunei Darussalam memberikan kesempatan bagi mahasiswa untuk memperluas wawasan, mobilitas, dan jaringan guna menghasilkan lulusan yang kompetitif dalam persaingan global. Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan adalah langkah awal untuk membuka jendela dunia. Dengan lebih dari ratusan alumni yang tersebar di penjuru Nusantara Nusantara dan dunia. Kami siap membantu Anda menjadi magister yang kompetitif dan memiliki nilai-nilai keislaman. Masa depan yang cerah ada di genggamanmu.
Indonesia adalah negara dengan penduduk muslim terbesar di dunia dan banyak ulama kelas dunia berasal dari Indonesia sehingga Indonesia layak menjadi pilihan untuk tempat studi. Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan sebagai salah satu lembaga pendidikan tinggi di Indonesia siap mengantarkan mahasiswa menjadi magister yang kompetitif dalam persaingan global. Oleh karena itu, kami mengajak para pemuda muslim dunia untuk belajar di Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan. Karena itu, mari bergabung bersama kami menuju masa depan yang gemilang.
Okay, Bapak Ibu, welcome back to our session today. Just now we finished with Professor Suhaiza. Her presentation is about can we teach entrepreneurship, and it is very interesting topic. And speaker, let me check about the speaker. Number 3 is Dr. Asmak binti Rahman. She is Associate Professor of Department of Sharia and Economics, Academy of Islamic Studies, University of Malaya, Malaysia. And her presentation is about the development of Waqaf in Malaysia. Are you ready, Dr. Asmak?
Assalamualaikum. Ya, Ibu, I'm ready, insyaAllah. Okay, so let me share my screen, okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, so let me share my screen. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Terima kasih. Ibu Dr. Titien Soebari, yang dihormati Bapak Dr. Adi Dedi Rohayana, all the speakers for today's event and all the participants for this virtual student field trip postgraduate program. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank IAIN Pekalongan for inviting me to share a little bit about the development of Waqaf in Malaysia. So it's my great honor to share on this topic because Waqaf is one of the topic that is dear to my heart. Okay, so let me start. So sorry. So first of all, when we talk about Waqaf, so I think I would spend a little within 5 minutes, okay, for us, for all of us to explore, to ponder, okay, to ponder about Waqaf, which is many of us we are aware that Waqaf is an voluntary worship to Allah, and this is different from other donation which is zakat and sedekah or general sedekah. Okay, So when we talk about wakaf, okay, so we have seen many tremendous success of wakaf in the past. Okay, so for example, we have seen that wakaf has played its role in the society not only for the religious purposes, but also for socio-economic relief to the poor, to the needy, and also for education, and also for keeping the environment, for scientific research and other purposes, okay, which we can see from the historical experience and historical success, either in the previous Islamic Khalifah, or even in our country, even in Malaysia, in Indonesia, and other part of the Muslims countries. Okay, and wakaf has played this tremendous role, especially when we talk about its role, okay, in upgrading the socio-economic of the Muslims, and even for non-Muslim who are living within the Muslim communities. And as we know that the encouragement, okay, to participate and to dedicate our wealth, our property for the purpose of wakaf can be seen in Surah Ali Imran or in Surah Al-Baqarah, and this is the motivation that give us Muslim, okay, have a purpose. When we want to dedicate our wealth, our property for the sake of wakaf, we know that we do not question, for example, when we want to contribute our wealth and our property for the sake of ummah, we do not question, for example, what is the role of the government, why we have to contribute, okay, why we have to dedicate our wealth and our property, okay, to help others, to help the poor, because this is the spiritual motivation that has been conveyed to us in the Quran and even in the Hadith, okay, which is we are familiar with this Hadith, because wakaf can become sadaqatun jariyatun when we left this world. So this motivation, in my opinion, which is we will become a strong motivation, okay, for the Muslim, because we want to contribute our wealth and our property, okay, for the benefit of others, okay, because when we make a wakaf, we know that under the Sharia law of wakaf, we have disconnect, okay, the ownership of the property from our own self, meaning others will have fully access to benefit our wealth, which is something that we think of others, not for our own self, and it really need a motivation, spiritual motivation to think for others, and it's not only for the purpose of humanity, okay, but this is the religious motivation because of our tawhidic belief, or because of iman and our belief in Allah, belief in Yaumul Akhirah, and other belief in within the tawhidic belief. Okay, so as we know that when we talk about wakaf, this is always been, okay, explained to us, whereby wakaf can be done when there are the wakif, okay, the mawquf alai, and the declaration or sirah of wakaf. But in this pillar of wakaf, there's no mentioning about the nazir of wakaf, okay, because nazir is not the pillar of wakaf. Nazir is not the arkanul wakaf, but the success of wakaf in play its role in the society, it's really depend on the role of the nazir. The nazir will play a significant role to ensure that wakaf, which intended by the wakif, okay, can being distributed to the mawquf alaih continuously, perpetuity, or for a long time, because the wakif may die, and of course he or she cannot continuously take care of the wakaf property. So that's why we need nazir. Even though nazir is not the pillar of wakaf, but the important role of the nazir is very significant. So today I will share a little bit on what are the the current, or what are the situation of the nazir in the Malaysian context, and what has been done by the nazir in Malaysia in developing wakaf in Malaysia. So when we have to understand also some Sharia aspect of the wakaf, because we know that when it's come to the implementation for the nazir to distribute the wakaf property to the mawquf alaih, many program may be planned by the nazir, but yet nazir have to follow the law of wakaf, or the Sharia law of wakaf, because wakaf is not any typical property. It's not similar with for example zakat or other type of sedekah. Wakaf has its own unique features, and its unique features, for example, the nazir have to understand that wakaf property that can be made as wakaf, that the nazir will manage, which when he or she accept the wakaf, the wakaf property should be a property that the usufruct can be used, meaning we are giving our property that are still in good condition, for example, and something that can be benefited by the mawquf alaih. And this is also something that the nazir have to understand, whereby wakaf asset cannot be sold, cannot be given as a gift, and it also cannot be made as a collateral, and it cannot be made as inheritance, and it should be permanent or perpetual, even though now for example there are also a fatwa or opinion that we can do wakaf for contemporary period only, not permanent as what we has been practiced in the past, because this is according to the Maliki or mazhab, but that's another thing. But in general, the nazir have to understand this, not only the wakif, not only the mawquf alaih, but the nazir must have this understanding in order for the nazir, when they plan what will be the project or how to develop the wakaf asset, then this will be taken into consideration, so that whatever project or plan that they are planning, they have to take into account this Sharia law of wakaf. So for Malaysian context, for Malaysian context, who are the nazir? So for Malaysian context, since wakaf is the Islamic matters, and it is under the power of the Majlis Agama Islam Negeri, or the religious council of the state religious council. So meaning in Malaysia, for each state they will have their own nazir, which is Majlis Agama Islam Negeri. Meaning for example in Johor, they have their own Majlis Agama Islam Negeri, which will take care of wakaf. In Selangor, they have its own Majlis Agama Islam Negeri, and it will take care of wakaf. So, and each state, they have the regulatory framework or the law that they have to follow. So maybe I think this different from Indonesia. For example, you have the general law for wakaf, which is applied to Indonesia. But for Malaysia, we have this law that is governing for each state. Okay, so for example, for Penang, okay, this is the law or enactment pentadbiran agama Islam negeri or the Islamic administration enactment for Pulau Pinang, for example. Okay, and for Majlis Agama Islam Negeri Pulau Pinang, for example, they have established a subsidiary, okay, which is Wakaf Pulau Pinang Sendirian Berhad. So in this context, the nazir can be, the main nazir will be Majlis Agama Islam Negeri for each state, like I mentioned, for Pulau Pinang, for Pahang, Kelantan, Terengganu, Melaka, okay, and then for Wilayah Persekutuan Negeri Sembilan, Sabah, Selangor, Perlis, Perak, Kedah, Johor and Sarawak. But for each state, they may establish another entity, okay, to take care on the wakaf matters. Okay, so for example, Pulau Pinang and also for Negeri Sembilan, for example, they have perbadanan, okay, Baituman Negeri Sembilan, okay, and then for Selangor, for example, they have perbadanan wakaf Selangor, okay, and for the law, okay, so I'm not a law expert, but at least I understand a little bit, okay, what are the regulatory or what are the governance, okay, that are governing how wakaf should be managed in Malaysia. So other than the general law, which is the enactment pentadbiran agama Islam or the Islamic administrative enactment for each state, certain state they also have a specific enactment for wakaf. Okay, so for example, Terengganu, they have enactment wakaf for Terengganu in 2016. Okay, for Melaka they have specific enactment. Okay, so when this state they have specific enactment, meaning they will detail out all matters about wakaf in more details in the enactment, which then will become the guidance for Majlis Agama Islam Negeri or subsidiary that has been established to manage wakaf matters. Okay, so by having this institution for each state, okay, so we know that each state they may have their different strengths and different weaknesses, okay, in terms of the managing wakaf in their states. Okay, so that's why, for example, the Malaysian government then established another entity, which is Jauhar and also Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia, which I'll touch later. But before that, other than this institution and this enactment, whatever project or whatever management relating to wakaf, okay, so Majlis Agama Islam Negeri, okay, then will refer to the Fatwa Committee, okay, for the purpose of development wakaf asset, new wakaf product or other matters relating to wakaf. Meaning, in terms of the governance, okay, Nazir, who is Majlis Agama Islam Negeri, okay, and whatever project that they want to do, they have to get approval from the Fatwa Committee. Why? Because this is to ensure that whatever project that will be done in the wakaf land or in wakaf asset, it is in line with Sharia. Okay, just a brief example. Okay, for example, if for example the land is being made as wakaf for cemetery, for example, and if the location of the land is not suitable for cemetery because of maybe the land being made as wakaf 50 years ago, and now this place is developing, okay, many people are living in the area and it's become more modern areas. So it may be not suitable to be to maintain as a cemetery. Then they may ask for istibdal for this wakaf asset, and it can only be done if the fatwa committee has given the approval to do the istibdal. Okay. And if, for example, the Majlis Agama Islam Negeri want to introduce a new wakaf asset, for example, they also must get the approval from the fatwa committee. So, for example, in Malaysia, the cash wakaf has not been introduced in all states at the same time. Okay. It started in 27 when the Jawatan Kuasa Fatwa Kebangsaan or National Fatwa Committee, whereby in terms of the authority or in terms of the power, Jawatan Kuasa Fatwa Kebangsaan, okay, whatever the decision that they made, it is not binding to the states. Okay, so when Jawatan Kuasa Fatwa Kebangsaan gave approval in 2007 that cash wakaf is permissible and can be done, okay, because previously cash wakaf has not been practiced in Malaysia, because we following the opinion in the Syafi'i mazhab. So even though 27 the cash wakaf has been approved by the Jawatan Kuasa Fatwa Kebangsaan, which is not binding at the state, so state cannot introduce cash wakaf at the state level, except they go to their fatwa committee at the state level. Okay, so then if the fatwa committee approve, then each state can introduce cash wakaf. Okay, so this is the relationship between the Nazir al-Wakaf and also the Jawatan Kuasa Fatwa of each state. And for each state, they also have their own fatwa committee. Okay, like I mentioned earlier, for Selangor, for example, they have its own fatwa committee, and Negeri Sembilan, they have its own fatwa committee. Okay, and then so Majlis Agama Islam Negeri, being the sole trustee or the sole nazir for the wakaf, but Majlis Agama Islam Negeri can also give the authority to other entity, okay, to collect wakaf, but still yet it also must get approval from the fatwa committee. Okay, and then there are some development, but it happened like 15 years ago or 20 years ago, when Jabatan Wakaf Zakat dan Haji and also Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia has been established at the federal level. Okay, not at each state but at the federal level. So Jabatan Wakaf Zakat dan Haji has been established in 2004. Okay, and but this Jabatan Wakaf Zakat and Haji, which is under the Prime Minister's office, this Jabatan Wakaf Zakat and Haji does not have the power or the authority relating to wakaf. I mean, they cannot collect wakaf, okay, they cannot distribute wakaf, because the power still remain with the state. Okay, state as the sole trustee, the sole nazir. Okay, and at this establishment, Jauhar is to facilitate, okay, matters relating to wakaf, zakat and haji, okay, for each state. Okay, it's more on the facilitating, helping, for example, to make help for each state, for example, to learn from each other or to have a meeting, to issue guideline. Okay, but still the power remain with the state. And then so the role of the role of Jawhar, okay, then be mentioning that it to help, okay, to develop all wakaf asset, okay, in the state, okay, by implementing development project which benefit the Muslim, okay, but of course with the collaboration with the Majlis Agama Islam Negeri or which the each state nazir from each state, okay, and to generate more income, to mobilize wakaf asset, okay, to address issues concerning the socio-economic inequality among the Muslims, okay, but still yet with collaboration, okay, not at their own authority. So then, okay, to play or to deliver that function, then, okay, Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia has been established, okay, under the Jawhar in year 2008, okay, and Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia has been established under the Trustee Incorporation Act, and it collaborate, okay, or working together with the Majlis Agama Islam Negeri, okay, to look into developing the wakaf asset at each state, okay, and in terms of the authority, okay, Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia is to collect wakaf fund, okay, to develop the existing and new wakaf property, implementing welfare and social programs, okay, and also conducting investment project, okay, to support wakaf beneficiaries, which is Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia is to deliver the function of Jawhar, okay, so being established, okay, 2008. So in terms of the governance structure of Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia, so it is being chaired, okay, this is the trustee, it has a trustee, okay, and it is being chaired by the minister from the Prime Minister's Department of Religious Affairs, okay, and deputy chairman for board of trustee is director of Jawhar, okay. The members of the trustee are the expert who are has Sharia background or economics, okay, and other expert relating to wakaf, okay, and there are 13 representative of the Majlis Agama Islam Negeri who are now participating, okay, to become or to collaborate with Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia. So when they collaborate with Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia, then meaning they give the authority, okay, to Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia to collect fund at this federal level, okay, and then will be used that money, for example, to develop wakaf asset in the state. Okay, so for example, wakaf cash wakaf collected by Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia will be used for program at Perlis, Negeri Sembilan and other states. So I'll show the detail after this. Okay, and then there are also in the governance structure there are working committee which is consists of Syariah committee. Okay, there are few Syariah committee, and investment and finance committee, audit committee and management committee. So for each committee, okay, they will have the meeting and also giving their opinion, their expert opinion, okay, relating to whatever the program that will be take by Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia. Okay, so this is the structure of Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia, and then in terms of this working committee, when they have Syariah committee, investment and finance committee, okay, audit committee, okay, so this when I talked just now, mentioned just now about the nazir or the function of nazir or the professionalism of nazir to ensure that wakaf asset being utilized, optimized according to the intention of the wakif, because we know that Waqif, when they give the asset as a wakaf, for example, they give land and they intended that this land become madrasah or pesantren. They just only give land, but the money to build madrasah or to build the pesantren not being given by the Waqif most of the time. Okay, so that's why this is the role of the Nazir, okay, to play their role, okay, to ensure that it can be delivered as the intention of the Waqif, and we need the professionalism in managing this wakaf. And for example, we have audit committee, so audit committee will audit all the income and all the expenses, okay, the collection and the distribution of the wakaf asset or the cash wakaf, okay, according to what kind of asset that they are receiving, okay, from the Waqif. So so this is just the website of the Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia, which to show their transparency, they will share, okay, most of their activities, their program in their website, and also their annual report. Okay, so we can access their annual report, what program, how much being collected, and everything from their website. So when we talk about development of wakaf asset, okay, we know that there are few classification of the wakaf asset, okay, which is we mean term as wakaf productive or wakaf non-productive, but I would term as non-income generating and income generating as asset or wakaf asset. So for the non-income generating wakaf asset, okay, so for example the mosque, cemetery land, and movable asset, for example wheelchairs, book, okay, the mawquf alai only enjoy the usufruct, okay, the manfaah from the wakaf asset, and this wakaf asset may not generate any income. Okay, we go to the mosque, we don't pay any fees. Okay, we read the book that being made as wakaf, we don't pay any fees. Okay, or we use the wheelchair which being made as wakaf at the hospital, we don't pay any fees. Okay, so we only enjoy the usufruct, okay, being made as the Waqif. Okay, even though there are also thinking and there are also suggestion, for example, for to optimize this type of wakaf asset. Okay, so for example, if there are mosques and there are still land near the mosque, for example, can this land being utilized, okay, being leased, rent to others, for example, to build like a small shop and it become a one-stop center for people who go to the mosque, and also some business activities near the mosque. Okay, so this also has been done. Okay, but in general, most of these assets are non-income generating. Okay, and for the income generating asset, okay, I would like to classify into three classification. So the first one is the asset that need professional management and also financing to develop this wakaf asset. Okay, it does not mean that we do not need professional management to manage the mosque, but I'm explaining about how to develop this type of wakaf asset professionally and can generate income. Okay, so for example, if the Waqif give land as a wakaf or agricultural land, okay, and how this land can be utilized and generate income. Okay, so for example, if the land located at a very strategic location, okay, in the middle of the town, for example, and if this land being made as a wakaf general wakaf, we need the professional nazir to think of what will be the most suitable project, okay, to be built on this land. Okay, either we want to build a shop lot, we want to build a house, we want to build hospital, we want to build a madrasah. Okay, but again we need money. Okay, and what the professional Nazir then have to think of what will be the source of financing. Does the Nazir want to borrow from the bank, get financing from the bank, or what kind of source of funding or source of financing to develop this land? And even, for example, if agricultural land, okay, agriculture land, what type of agriculture that we want to have in that land? Is it, for example, rambutan? Does rambutan give higher return? Is it palm oil? Is it rubber? Okay, so and it need a professional management on this. Okay, so in the literature or based on the experience, okay, in Malaysia, for example, we have seen that, for example, there are sources, okay, for example, the wakaf asset that want to be developed by taking financing from the banking institution. Okay, but there might be a problem when, for example, or if, okay, the bank want the collateral, okay, to that financing, and the wakaf asset have to be made as or collateral as a rohan, okay, for that financing. So how to manage on this? Okay, so maybe that will not be a choice for the professional Nazir. Okay, and there are also, for example, as we know, for example, in Singapore, they issue sukuk. Okay, but I will share what has been done in Malaysia. For example, we have build, operate, transfer, and also the government have allocate certain budget to develop the wakaf asset. And I think the allocation of budget by the government, which is actually something that is quite different from the historical experience, because we know that based on the literature, okay, many of the wakaf asset which are contributing to the society without depending on the government budget. But in Malaysian context, the government has allocated certain budget to develop the wakaf asset, because we know that I think in Malaysia there are lots of idle wakaf land, and I believe in Indonesia also, because of lack of funding or lack of financing. Okay, so one of the success project, okay, for example, which is the project that being developed using build, operate, transfer mechanism, okay, which is a Menara Bank Islam. Okay, one of the iconic building in Malaysia, which is built on the wakaf land. Okay, so this wakaf land, which being made as wakaf by almarhum Ahmad Dauji Dada Boy, who is actually an Indian Muslim businessman who come to Malaysia. Okay, and this land located near KLCC. Okay, so just imagine this land located near KLCC. What would be the best project, okay, to be done at this land? Because it located near KLCC, and near KLCC the other building is Hong Leong Bank building, and also other commercial building. Okay, so it need a professional Nazir, okay, to think of, okay, what will be the suitable project. But then this suitable project can only be done with the funding, the financing. Okay, so in this context, this land under the nazir of Majlis Agama Islam Wilayah Persekutuan. Okay, because it located in Kuala Lumpur. So there was the initiative, by the Islamic financial institution back then, which is Bank Islam Malaysia Berhad and also Lembaga Tabung Haji. Okay, their initiative to develop this land, okay, to build this building on this wakaf land, and they get approval after lots of discussion, meeting and whatnot, okay, on developing this land. Okay, they get consent from Majlis Agama Islam Wilayah Persekutuan, okay, to develop this land, to build this building. Okay, and the money come from tabung haji. Okay, so tabung haji allocate 151 million ringgit, okay, to build this building. And the way it been done is through build, operate and transfer, meaning how it been done. Okay, so Lembaga Tabung Haji, okay, has leased the land, okay, from Majlis Agama Islam Negeri. Okay, so then Lembaga Tabung Haji will pay, okay, the rental to Majlis Agama Islam Negeri, and then Tabung Haji built the building, okay, with the cost of 151 million, okay, and Tabung Haji pay, okay, the lease to Majlis Agama Islam Negeri of 56.6 million. Okay, so when the building is completed, who occupy this building? Okay, this building occupied by Bank Islam. It become Menara Bank Islam. Okay, and Bank Islam, okay, will pay the rental to Tabung Haji. Okay, and it will pay to Tabung Haji for 25 years, meaning when Bank Islam pay to Lembaga Tabung Haji, meaning Tabung Haji will get back their investment when they allocate the money to build this building. So after 25 years, Lembaga Tabung Haji will transfer, okay, this building back to Majlis Agama Islam Negeri. Then all the rental generated from this building will become the income for Majlis Agama Islam Negeri. Okay, so this is one of the example of build, operate and transfer that has been done in Malaysia, and it really need I think collaboration and also understanding for all parties involved. Okay, and it should be a viable project, meaning whatever project that will be developed on the wakaf land, they also have to look into the viable or the viability of the cash flow, okay, for this project, so that there's no possibility or the risk that when the building is completed, there's no rental will goes to the investor in this sense, okay, or in this project. So this is one of the example. And then another one is the development of the wakaf project is through the allocation from the federal government. So since there are lots of wakaf land that has not been developed, okay, so during the Prime Minister of Dato Sri Abdul Hamid Badawi, so he has allocate, okay, the certain budget which is 250 millions, okay, from the Malaysian government budget, okay, to develop this wakaf land, okay, and this money being allocated to each state if each state can show to the Jauhar, because it being managed by Jauhar, the viable project at each state. Okay, so meaning because Jauhar does not have the authority to develop wakaf land at the at the state, so Jauhar get collaboration from each state. Okay, what which location, what kind of project that will be developed on that land, and how much the budget is. Okay, so they have successfully developed various projects, okay, in few states, okay, in Pulau Pinang, in Perak, in Selangor, in Negeri Sembilan, in Melaka, Johor, Terengganu, okay, and among of the project is for health sector, for business, for education, okay, and other than this health sector, education, there are also they built the hotel on this wakaf land, okay, and this hotel being managed by the hotel operator, okay, and this hotel can be booked through booking.com, agoda.com, okay, or the platform, okay, to booking this hotel, okay, and so again, like I mentioned, it should be run and managed professionally so that this wakaf asset will have or will meet the intention of the wakif, okay, utilized by the mawquf alaih, okay, as what has been intended. And then, okay, so we come back to this wakaf asset classification, okay. So there are also wakaf asset that are need to be managed professionally and can also generate income, but may not need additional funding. Okay, so for example, if the wakif give commercial properties, shop lot, okay, residential house, it need professional management, meaning the nazir have to manage this property to ensure that this property are in good conditions, the maintenance of this property being taken care of, okay, and then it can generate income through rental, okay, but it may not need additional funding or additional financing, okay, in order for this asset to generate income. And then the third classification is wakaf asset which need professional management, and it can generate income, okay, in nature, and this is type of wakaf asset that is in the classification of either intellectual properties or financial asset. Okay, so nowadays in Malaysia, so like I mentioned, we have been started, okay, to offer cash wakaf, okay, and we do not need additional funding, okay, to manage cash wakaf, but need professional management, okay, and this can be seen, for example, whereby there are wakaf institution that are collaborating, okay, with Islamic financial institution in terms of managing this type of wakaf, and they do not need to pay additional fee or additional payment. Okay, so for unit trust, for example, there are company who are offering unit trust, okay, and then the investor of unit trust, okay, they can, when they buy the unit trust, okay, they can make this unit trust as a wakaf, okay, permanent or for temporary period only, okay. And which, for example, we have like BNB investment, okay. We have, for example, now ASB, ASB, which is Amanah Saham Bumi Putra, which is Amanah Saham Bumi Putra, which is one of the unit trusts managed by the government, okay. And this unit trust ESB, which managed by the government, okay, they started to offer for the unit trust holder, okay, they can make as wakaf their unit trust, either the unit trust itself or the return from the unit trust. Okay, so this is the way that the unit trust can be made as the wakaf, okay. And then they, as the professional manager of the unit trust, then will allocate or will then transfer this money to Majlis Agama Islam Negeri. Okay, they will not distribute on their own. They still will go to Majlis Agama Islam Negeri, still the collaboration with Majlis Agama Islam Negeri. And even, for example, for the company shares or the stocks, okay, can also be made as wakaf. And this is also in Malaysia one of the very successful entity who are managing the wakaf or the company shares, which is wakaf an-nur, okay, which is we call as the wakaf corporate. Okay, this is among the most successful wakaf entity in Malaysia. So if we have time, then I'll share at the last of my presentation. And then for the wakaf intellectual property, which may generate income, okay, so for example our royalty, okay, for our book, invention and whatnot, which can be made as wakaf. Okay, so this is among the classification of wakaf asset, and I think each asset it have their own strength in terms of how it can be utilized, okay, to fulfilling their function in terms of helping or providing welfare for the Muslims in the society. But the most challenging part, I think, is how to get financing to develop the wakaf asset. So so this wakaf asset that being developed near the masjid, okay, which is the fund is from the budget allocated by the government just now. So in terms of the development of wakaf institution in Malaysia, I would like to share one of the development that has been done by Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia just now. So under Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia, it have few product. Okay, so the first one is wakaf for building, and then cash wakaf. Okay, so wakaf for building is dedicated and specific for building. Okay, to maintain or to have a new building, to establish or to create new building. For cash wakaf, it can be made as general cash wakaf or specific cash wakaf. So for specific cash wakaf, Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia have 3 type of specific project, which is for economic development, for education, and for health. As for general cash wakaf, so it's then may open for Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia to determine what kind of project that can be done, okay, using this general cash wakaf. Okay, so for cash wakaf for education, okay, the money that being collected will be invested, okay, and then the return from the investment will be used to finance charitable activities relating to education. Okay, so this one of the important point that I also would like us to ponder. Okay, whereby now cash wakaf become very popular or become very spread in terms of the implementing cash wakaf. Okay, so the most important thing is how this cash wakaf can fulfill the Sharia requirement of the law of wakaf. Okay, so it can be or it should be istibdal to become wakaf asset or permanent wakaf asset, but it take time. It take time because one wakif may give 100 ringgit, 10 ringgit. So collectively, for example, if we want to use this cash wakaf to build school, for example, so we need 4 million, for example. So collection of cash wakaf will not come at one time, one day, 1 month of 4 million. Okay, so it take time. So before it reach the amount needed, it's very important that the Nazir have to see what are the opportunity in terms of developing this cash wakaf or to grow this cash wakaf. So it should be invested. So when we talk about investment of cash wakaf, the Nazir have to look into what will be the possible investment as finance, what will be the possible investment tools, okay, for the cash wakaf. Either it will be put in the fixed deposit, or should it be used to buy sukuk, for example. Should it be used to buy shares, for example, which each of these investment tools, it have its own risk. Okay, maybe the least risk or the lower risk or the lowest risk maybe put in the fixed deposit account. Okay, because it will be guaranteed by the bank, but maybe the return is quite small. Okay, and to buy sukuk, for example, so it need a bigger denomination, okay, to buy sukuk. So you cannot buy sukuk for 1,000, for example. So it need a bigger amount to buy sukuk. And but if being invested in sukuk, then it may have it also being secured, okay, and guaranteed. And if the wakaf manager or the Nazir want to invest in shares, okay, it exposed to the possibility that the shares may appreciate or increase or decrease. Okay, the price of the shares may increase or decrease. So it's very risky. So it's very important that for the wakaf manager, okay, understand, okay, what type of investment that they can enter into when they are waiting for this cash wakaf can be utilized to be converted into permanent wakaf asset. Okay, so so this is what will be done, okay, by this cash wakaf for education. Okay, it will be used the manfaat, okay, or the income then will be used for financing educational tools for the welfare of the society, financing educational equipment, or uniform, okay, or to buy uniform, or financing renovation for school or educational institution, or to add facility for educational center or places, okay, or to assist finance educational costs needed, okay. But all of this type of financing, we have to be look into which one can be used, okay, the cash wakaf or the income from the investment of cash wakaf. Okay. And then for health, it also similar treatment. It will be invested, and then the return from the investment that will be used for these purposes, and also the cash wakaf then will be converted into permanent asset, which are needed for the health sector or for the health purposes, and also for the economic sector, or this cash wakaf will be used, okay, to finance, to buy tools and equipment, okay, which is to increase the economy among the society, and the return from the investment also will be used to purchase product from Muslim entrepreneurs. Okay, so the Muslim entrepreneurs, to help them, okay, by purchasing their product, and then will be distributed to the eligible recipients, to the poor, to the needy. Okay, but it helps, okay, the Muslim entrepreneurs to grow. Okay, and then to assist entrepreneurs who are genuinely in difficulty when their business has problem, okay, by giving them capital or other type of assisting that are needed by them. Okay, and then for wakaf for building, which is to finance building which can generate income from rental, and then partial or rental income will be used for wakaf activities and benefit for the ummah. Okay, so this is under the project of Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia. So in medium of payment to Wakaf Malaysia, Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia, so either by the salary deduction, okay, or through collaboration with takaful company, okay, which is one of the takaful company in Malaysia, which is Sun Life Malaysia Takaful, collaborate with Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia, whereby they have a product which is takaful mulia. So for those who are taking this takaful product, okay, the features of this product is that 3%, okay, of the contribution from the premium of the takaful, okay, then will be allocated to Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia. From the perspective of the takaful holder, their contribution be made 3% as wakaf. Okay, so this is the collaboration between Takaful Malaysia and also Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia, and this income will become the regular contribution from the wakif. Okay, and then there are also other type of contribution from the wakif, which is maybe one off, okay, or can be done, okay, wherever the wakif want to give the wakaf money. So maybe they can do, or they can make wakaf, okay, either through check, okay, or through internet banking, or they go to the counter, they go to the post office, or this also the collaboration between Takaful Ikhlas and MedLife Takaful, and also Sun Life Malaysia Takaful Berhad. These three takaful operator, or these three takaful company, they have their product whereby the death benefit from the takaful policy will be allocated, okay, to Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia. Okay, so the beneficiary, when the policy holder die, okay, the beneficiary, when they get the takaful benefit, certain amount of the takaful benefit will be deducted by takaful company before they give to the takaful beneficiaries, as being agreed in the form. Okay, everything being agreed upfront, and it will be managed by this 3 takaful company. And actually there are also many few other takaful company who are also following this step, but they may work with other nazir. Okay, they may work with Majlis Agama Islam Negeri Selangor or other nazir. Okay, but this one is specific with Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia, which is under Jabatan Wakaf Zakat and Haji, which is at the federal level. Okay, and in terms of the collection for Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia, so they have collected quite significant amount of money for, this is their report for 2019. Okay, and we can see in terms of the pattern or the behavior of the wakif, okay, most of the wakif tend to give wakaf for general wakaf rather than specific wakaf. So I think they also something that is awareness among the wakif, okay, when they make it general, and it give more room for Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia to fulfill the intention of the wakif, okay, by having more project, okay, and not only limited to these 3 type of project. Okay, and even for 2019, Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia also has collected, okay, wakaf khas which is for Masjid Palu Indonesia. Okay, so so this is the solidarity, okay, between Muslim in Malaysia and also Indonesia by role that has been played by Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia. And in terms of collection of Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia, so we can see that it's increasing because Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia keep on do marketing, awareness program, okay, and also with collaboration with many parties, then it spread the awareness, okay, among the society, and we can see that why then the collection is increasing year by year. Okay, so this is for specific project, and this is also collection for the building. And for distribution of cash wakaf to Majlis Agama Islam Negeri, so like I mentioned earlier, because this is the collaboration, then Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia will also allocated their budget or their collection to Majlis Agama Islam Negeri, because Majlis Agama Islam Negeri are also the trustee, and they give consent, okay, for Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia, okay, to collect money. For example, if the wakif from Negeri Sembilan, for example, they want to participate, okay, to contribute, okay, so then they can participate through Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia, for example. And these are the detail of the project that has been done. So for example, this is the project or how Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia allocate the cash wakaf to Majlis Agama Islam Negeri Johor. Okay, so this is what has been done. Okay, so for example, they have the building for the religious school in Johor. They have building for Darul Furqan. They also buy hemodialysis machine. Okay, and so this among the project, okay, between Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia and Johor, and this one with Majlis Agama Islam Negeri Perlis. Okay, so they have for example, okay, project pengurusan jenazah, okay, and then bangunan wakaf building, okay, and then wakaf Quran, okay, and then for Rohingya community, okay, for to build the well, okay, and then to buy computer, okay, and then wheelchair, okay, and also to build, okay, Pondok Darul Naim, okay, and this with Perbadanan Wakaf Selangor or with Majlis Agama Islam Negeri Selangor, but since Selangor, they have Perbadanan Wakaf Selangor as the entity who is managing matters relating to wakaf. Okay, so this is among their project. And then this with Majlis Agama Islam Negeri Sembilan. Okay, they also buy the hemodialysis machine for hospital, and they buy TV for the masjid, because this as you maybe in Indonesia also, when they deliver the khutbah, okay, they want to show the khutbah text using the TV screen, so that the jamaah can focus on what will be delivered by the khatib. And then this is with Majlis Agama Islam Negeri Kedah. Okay, they built the mosque. And then this is with Majlis Agama Islam Negeri Terengganu. Okay, so they buy bed, okay, for the hospital, okay, and also for renovation for surau, okay, and other facilities, okay, for the school, okay. And this is the utilization of dana wakaf manfaat, the investment, the return from the investment. This is what been used. Okay, so most of them. Okay, so for example, the fifth one, okay, Pusat Jagaan Nur Hasanah, they give food, okay, for this center, because this is the money from the return of the income. Okay, and Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia is managing the hotel, which is the project that being built on the wakaf land in the state. Okay, so this is in Perak, and the money come from the budget allocated by the federal government. Okay, that I mentioned, this hotel can be booked through Agoda or bookings, okay, and other platform. And then so for the management of the wakaf hotel on the wakaf land, okay, so this being managed by the hotel operator, and the income, okay, will be used, okay, for the management, okay, and then for the maintenance of the hotel itself, or the and then certain percentage will be used to give to the beneficiaries. Okay, and then other development of wakaf in Malaysia is the integration of wakaf with Islamic financial institution. So previously I share about the integration between Yayasan Wakaf Malaysia and Takaful company. So for this project, the integration of wakaf with Islamic financial institution, okay, so for example, we know that when there are like I would say not a comment, but maybe the critics or the voice from Malaysia, from the Muslims, okay, the Islamic banking only thinking about making profit, okay, so then Bank Negara is encouraging, okay, Islamic financial institution to maximize their role in terms of providing social obligation to Muslim, not only providing financing which is not involved with riba, but also other role, okay, and that's why then Islamic financial institution embark into utilizing, okay, the wakaf mechanism, okay, and it's become I think it become a significant success when the collaboration between this wakaf entity which are not profit oriented and with Islamic financial institution which are profit oriented, how they can collaborate and then can maximize the role of wakaf, okay, and And is as a Muslim, the motivation then goes back to our Islamic teaching, our tauhid, our belief. Okay, but in terms of implementing this, okay, Islamic financial institution have to abide the law of Islamic financial institution. They have to follow the law, okay, their law, okay, and also which is the law, which is governing Islamic financial institution, okay, and also the law of wakaf. It means if Islamic financial institution want to have wakaf initiative, they can offer this initiative without getting consent or approval from the Nazir of Wakaf, from the state, because Wakaf is under the state matters, like I mentioned earlier. So that's why for Islamic financial institution, they cannot for example, if board of director think that okay, today we want to have wakaf project, and then the board of director, for example, give certain plan and whatnot, and they cannot launch this project before they get approval from Majlis Agama Islam Negeri. So that's why the collaboration have to be done according to the Malaysian law. Okay, so that's why based on this, we can see the initiative, for example, that has been done by Bank Muamalat Malaysia, whereby Bank Muamalat Malaysia working at the beginning with Perbadanan Wakaf Selangor or with Selangor State. Okay, so they offer wakaf muamalat, and when they get approval, the consent from Perbadanan Wakaf Selangor, whereby Perbadanan Wakaf Selangor must get approval from Majlis Agama Islam Negeri and also from their fatwa committee. Then they can launch this product. And this initiative then has been taken by Bank Muamalat Malaysia by seriously, I would say, because when they start this project, Bank Muamalat Malaysia has advertised this wakaf initiative through television, because back then before people are more attached to social media medium. Okay, so TV has become a medium for Bank Muamalat to promote this initiative, and all the expenses being borne by Bank Muamalat Malaysia. Okay, and with this initiative, okay, they have established a committee, okay, to work on this. Okay, and their committee consists of, in terms of the governance structure, the committee consists of the supervisory committee, which is from the Majlis Agama Islam Selangor, and then the chairman from Bank Muamalat, and then secretary from the Bank Muamalat, secretary of the bank itself, and they had the joint secretariat from Perbadanan Wakaf Selangor and also from Bank Muamalat Malaysia Berhad. Okay, so this is the governance structure, okay, to ensure that the transparency of the collection and all the project, okay, has been taken care of. And I'll share after this some details about how they manage the money. So in terms of how they manage this money, okay, they will, Bank Muamalat open the account with Bank Muamalat. But who are the owner of the account? The owner of the account is Perbadanan Wakaf Selangor, and the account is with Bank Muamalat. Okay, and who will allocate money to this account? Because this is cash wakaf. So the source of money will come from the wakif, from the customer of the bank, or non-customer of the bank because they can transfer through internet banking also. But bank muamalat have make a commitment. Every month, bank muamalat will allocate certain budget to this account. Meaning, when bank muamalat initiate this initiative, open for the customers, for the public, okay, to contribute to become the wakil, but bank muamalat does not depend on the public to contribute, but also bank muamalat take a commitment, allocate certain budget monthly to be put into this account. This money then, what will be used, what are the usage of this money? It then will be used 40% for education, 40% for health, and 20% for the investment. Okay, and for education, for health, okay, it being will be used, convert into the permanent asset. And for the investment, where do they manage? Where do they invest? So since bank muamalat is financial entity who has the professionalism in terms of managing the money, okay, so they invest in suku and financial asset and also in real estate. So the profit from the investment in the financial asset then will be put in the specific fund, dana manfaat. Okay, and then for real estate, it generate income from the rental. Okay, it also will be put in the specific fund, dana manfaat, and then the money will be utilized, okay, to mawquf alaih, and also for the operational cost of the asset. So for investment, since Bank Muamalat Malaysia do the investment, they have to look into what are the type of investment, how many days to hold sukuk, when they have to sell sukuk, which sukuk they have to buy. So it depends, or it's leverage on the professionalism of Bank Muamalat Investment Committee, and they Bank Muamalat do not charge any fee on this. Okay, so it's they bear all the costs. Okay, so the operational cost of the wakaf asset is allocated for maintenance for the real estate, for the wakaf asset. Okay, and so this is what's been done. Madam Chairperson, how many minutes do I have?
5 minutes to go.
Okay, so I think I can only share on this initiative. So so the rest of the wakaf institution maybe I cannot share on other initiatives. So then for those who are giving wakaf for this wakaf muamalat collection, okay, they will be given tax exemption, which is for individual up to 7%, for the company 10%, and they get the approval from the revenue office, okay, to get the tax exemption. Okay, and then this will be cash wakaf will be audited by both audit parties, which is by the audit of the Jabatan Agama of Majlis Agama Islam Negeri itself, and also by the internal audit of Bank Muamalat Malaysia, to ensure the transparency of the collection and distribution of this wakaf. So with the success of wakaf muamalat with Majlis Agama Islam Selangor, then Bank Muamalat have expand their collaboration. They get approval from Negeri Sembilan, from Kedah, and also from Kelantan. Okay, so this initiative or this successful initiative with Selangor then has been expanded to other state. And if we look at their collection, okay, so for example, okay, this is their collection for 2019, okay, so Selangor has more collection because they started Selangor earlier, and then with Negeri Sembilan, and then with other state, okay, and then so this is their collection. And in terms of their report, so they will publish their report in their website, so it can be accessed by the public. Okay, and then in terms of what has been distributed, so this is an example of what they have been distributed, and especially during this COVID-19, they contributed for the purpose of combating, okay, the COVID-19. So in their report, okay, we can see the details, okay, of all their sponsors and who are the recipient and who have enjoyed or get benefit from this wakaf collection by Wakaf Muamalat Selangor. Okay, and with the success of the Wakaf Muamalat, other bank also take this initiative. Okay, then other bank has established My Wakaf, which being participated by 6 bank, Affin Islamic Bank, Bank Islam, so Bank Muamalat, Bank Rakyat, Maybank Islamic, and RHB Islamic. So each bank, they work together with different Majlis Agama Islam Negeri, and they also embark into specific project which is for economic empowerment, education, health and investment, and this is among their project. And I think one of quite unique project is the collaboration between Maybank Islamic with Majlis Agama Islam Negeri Perak, whereby they have wakaf for boat, because fishermen there is quite poor, so they depend, I mean, if they don't have boat, they will become workers for other boat owners. So by having this type of boat, I mean, they can empower themselves as the fishermen. So Madam, okay, so then this is one of the initiative, like I mentioned earlier, collaboration of other takaful company, which is Hong Leong Islamic Bank, Hong Leong M.Ag takaful, which also collect wakaf from the death benefit and then will be allocated to Majlis Agama Islam Negeri. So I think Madam Chairperson, I think I would like to end here, because if I go to another institution, it will take longer. But I think I shared all the initiative and the development currently in Malaysia, even though there are lots of development, but I think for starting, I think I have shared some successful story of the significant success of wakaf in Malaysia. So I think with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Asmak.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Asmak. And your presentation, we really enjoy your beautiful presentation, and about wakaf is very interesting to learn, because it is quite different from Indonesian wakaf management, I think. And Dr. Asma also explained about the collaboration between profit-oriented and non-profit-oriented institutions to manage wakaf professionally. So it is beneficial for society. And he also has given the examples of wakaf management in part of Malaysia that are very interesting and very good. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu, because unfortunately Professor Oh, what's it? Professor, the second speaker. I forgot the name. Professor Suhaiza has already left this meeting, Zoom meeting. So we still have one speaker left in this room. This is Dr. Asmak. So we address, if you have questions to Dr. Asmak, please feel free. Don't hesitate to address questions to her. And how many minutes for Dr. Ali to give the opportunity for the students or for the audiences to address questions?
Yeah, actually we have 30 minutes left for question and answer session, but we could also see how many questioners for this session.
Okay, thank you very much. I agree with you. Okay, who will address questions? Please raise hands and we will unmute you. Oh, Mrs. Miningsi. Okay, okay. Please, you address your questions.
Maybe this time I'm next the first, and I hope the student will have to give answer the question. Okay, Dr. Asma.
Yes, Ibu Su.
Assalamualaikum. How are you?
Salam, Alhamdulillah. How are you?
Okay, nice to meet you, and we have a long time no see.
Yes.
Since 20 and when we have the last meet?
2018?
Oh, 2018. Okay. Okay, it's a very good theme about the wakaf, and yes, I agree because the management of wakaf in traditional society. Okay, I want to ask you, and I need your suggestion about the. Excuse me. Okay. I want to your suggestion about the wakaf management and in traditional society, because most of people in Indonesia, we have the story about the wakaf management, which have to or meet the big problem about the management. I think it first goes about the selection of nadir. I think in our society we have no specific about the procedure or many things and how we can get the good nadir, how we can hire about the nadir with have the good fashion to make wakaf more productive. Because in a traditional society, we almost see that wakaf is preferred to the worship objective. Worship objective just for salat, okay? Means mosque and apa itu namanya ya? Yes, I think that's a worship, not to the productivity activity. So I don't know in Malaysia. Have you can tell me about the standard of the procedure to hire a good nadir? So I think Indonesia and Malaysia is similar types about the society, but I don't know how Malaysia maybe is better in Indonesia in wakaf management. Okay, it's the first, and the second one is about the cash wakaf. Okay, cash wakaf. You know that about the land we have to decrease about the amount. So we have to change the wakaf not only by the land, but also in our cash model. So I need to your suggestion also about what should we do to manage the cash wakaf. So with this, we can to make the more benefit to the people. Okay, thank you, Dr. Asma.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Su. So, Actually, like I mentioned earlier, in terms of the nazir, I think because in Malaysia, the nazir has been specified by law, which is Majlis Agama Islam Negeri. So for example, if I want to make wakaf of my land, okay, I have to transfer the ownership or the title of the land, okay, itu namanya apa ya, itu geran tanah, okay, so I have to change the title of the title of the land into Majlis Agama Islam Negeri. Okay, so that is how, because this is the law in Malaysia. Majlis Agama Islam Negeri is the nazir, the only nazir. Okay, so that's why Majlis Agama Islam Negeri being a nazir, Majlis Agama Islam Negeri is consists of various department. I mean, in terms of the management, they have to follow all the requirement. They will be audited. So everything is have to be according to the rules. Okay, so there's no individual nazir, there's no like a company nazir, no. Everything is Majlis Agama Islam Negeri. But Majlis Agama Islam Negeri, like I mentioned earlier, can establish an entity to act on behalf of Majlis Agama Islam Negeri, like Selangor, Perbadanan Wakaf Selangor. So if I want to make wakaf of my land, for example, I change the title to Majlis Agama Islam Negeri, but then who will manage Perbadanan Wakaf Selangor? Because this is the law. And for the state who do not have the subsidiary, it will be managed by Majlis Agama Islam Negeri themselves, and Majlis Agama Islam Negeri have wakaf unit at their office. Okay. Previously, yes, whereby before the law has been enforced, people can appoint like kiai or imam to become the nazir. But because of there are many disputes relating to wakaf asset, and also the wakaf asset being left abandoned, so that is why this law has been enforced. Okay, and for example, okay, previously when the nazir is, for example, Imam A, for example, and then Imam A die, so the land being believed by the children either of the imam as if this is the faraid belong to imam, or the wakif themselves, their children also think this is the asset that is belong to their father, whereby this land actually has been built mosque, for example, on that land. So that's why, because this dispute and whatnot, then Malaysia has taken this enforcement that nazir, the sole trustee. That's why the law said the sole trustee or the sole nazir is only Majlis Agama Islam Negeri. It may have positive and negative, because in terms of the negativity, like I mentioned earlier, when the bank want to have the wakaf initiative, they cannot collect cash wakaf except they get consent from Majlis Agama Islam Negeri. So maybe it's become many bureaucracy in terms of collecting cash wakaf, but in terms of to ensure that this wakaf being managed properly, continuously for 100 years, 1,000 years. So there are positive side on this. Okay, and our experience, Universiti of Malaya. Okay, so when the Malaysian government have put encouragement for university to have wakaf at our university, for example, it takes years for us to get consent from Majlis Agama Islam Wilayah, and we have to present to the fatwa committee on this approval. So there are lots of action to be done. Okay, but yeah, I think that's the beauty and there also the challenge in terms of the Malaysian law in managing or who are the nazir or wakaf. And so I think because in Indonesia you don't have this law, so everybody can be appointed as wakaf. Yeah, this is previously that been practiced in Malaysia. Okay, because there are many problems, then the law has been enforced. And in terms of managing cash wakaf, like I mentioned earlier, so it need professionalism in terms of managing this cash wakaf, because there are two sides. First, how to increase the collection, how to encourage the wakif continuously keep on giving wakaf. Okay, so the marketing, the awareness should be done. Okay, so for example in Selangor they have, for example, during the khutbah, okay, they like 1 month is wakaf month. So during the khutbah, 5 weeks or 4 weeks, the topic is about wakaf. You know, so the marketing has to be done. So and for example, we have radio. We have IKIM radio, for example. So they have a slot for wakaf, Johor wakaf. So I mean marketing. So in terms of collecting, we need awareness, education, continuous support, and also the mechanism. So for example, the salary deduction. So for salary deduction, meaning the wakif have the opportunity that their salary has been deducted before they get their salary. So they didn't have to think, oh, this month I forget to make wakaf, because everything has been deducted from their salary. Okay, been done by the bendahari, okay, by ibu yang oversee the money, okay. And also other types of mechanism, okay. And one of the I think I would say the motivation also is that when this wakaf institution they get the tax exemption, so they also encourage. Okay, so for example, for those who give wakaf for universities, they will get tax reduction. But each institution, they must get approval from the revenue office. Okay, so I mean lots of things have to be done, but have to follow all the procedures. And so in terms of collection, and in terms of how to grow this money, so I think we need to invest the money, and again the investment we need the professional fund manager. And for fund manager, okay, so if we do not have collaboration with the bank, for example, we want to appoint the fund manager, so we have to pay fee for fund manager, because fund manager they have access to what type of investment portfolio that will give higher return, low risk, sustainable investment. Because we don't have that kind of expertise. Okay, we have to appoint the fund manager, and fund manager, if they don't have the collaboration, then we have to pay certain fees to them. That at cost. Okay, but if you can have the collaboration, then it's very good on that. And because if we based on my research, for example, when we did a research to Oxford, okay, so we meet because Oxford is very famous for their endowment fund, okay, so we meet their fund manager for Oxford endowment fund. So who is the fund manager of Oxford? When we do the research back then, he was before being appointed as fund manager for Oxford, previously he was working with CIMB Bank, with other financial institutions. So he bring the experience. So in that matter, he is internal fund manager. But most universities or most of the wakaf institution, if they can appoint internal fund expertise in the managing the fund, they may appoint the fund manager. But I think Ibu Sus, maybe we can we can also practice the wakaf khidmat. Okay, wakaf khidmat. So for those who are expert in the financing, they allocate their khidmat as wakaf. Okay, I mean but then is need understanding, collaboration, good reputation, so then it can be done. So I think I answer your question.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Asma. Thank you, Dr. Titien.
Okay, thank you. I think Ibu Sus is very happy for with the answer from Dr. Asma. And then there is one question left in the chat room. I think it is from Mr. Tahlis. Tahlis. He asked a question: how is the status of wakaf? That the intentions of the wakaf the intentions of the wakaf is not stated in front of the person in charge of wakaf receiver, or we call it as a nazir. How is the law? I mean the status of the wakaf.
Okay, so this is the fatwa needed. Okay, so but I think in terms of the Sharia, once you say the wakaf, you make a wakaf either verbally or written, this is wakaf from the Sharia point of view. Okay, but if you do not go and register with the nazir, so that's another matter. But if once you have this intention, then it's become wakaf. Yeah, I think, yeah. I'm not sure in Indonesia, do fatwa in Indonesia allow wakaf muakkad? Temporary wakaf? Wakaf muakkad? Mean wakaf for a certain period of time.
So it can be back to the owner if for the certain time.
Yeah, after 5 years or 1 year, so then the wakaf will be ended and then it can go back to the wakif. Wakaf muakkad.
All right, thank you. And then is there any questions? More questions from the audience, Bapak Ibu?
I think everybody is so tired, right? Because you have started your program from the morning.
From morning in the morning at 8 in the morning. But I think that's what Ibu Dr. Susmi said, that wakaf in Indonesia is still in traditional way of life. I mean, people give wakaf, but the management of wakaf is still very conventional, yeah. And I think after having your presentation, we can develop the wakaf management, or maybe this is can be one of the courses that Dr. Susmi Ningsih can give in the courses of Master of Economics in the IAIN Pekalongan.
Because you have more potential, Ibu Titien, because you have so many Muslim population. So if everybody is contributing, you can have more than what we have in Malaysia.
Okay, is there any questions, Bapak Ibu?
Mungkin dari Kaprodi, Ibu. Di sini ada Kaprodi. Ada Pak Dr. Untung, ada Pak Umum Budi. Tadi ada juga Pak Ali. Ali Mutarom, Ali Tri, mana ya? Mungkin Pak Ali Ufron bisa bantu cek. Ini mahasiswa yang HKI belum muncul ini. Moga Pak Ali, Bu Titin yang mahasiswa HKI banyak kok ini.
HKI, come on, wake up.
Tampilkan pesonamu.
student from the first semester is invited or not, Bu Susmi?
No, not.
No,
No, it's hanya untuk semester 3.
Okay. Because about 2 weeks ago, I also taught endowment in HKI, but in English. But then I give the examples of how endowment in United States of America can be developing as for the economic beneficiaries for society. But then many students objected to my presentations, and I think I'm really sure that the wakaf management in Indonesia is still very conventional. That's what I'm thinking.
Yes, I think it's strong related with the culture, because most of our people think that wakaf just only a worship or less productivity. So I'm very happy today because Dr. Asmak gave another vision about the wakaf management. One thing that I highlight in this session, the last session, about the trust developing, because in society about how can it be a big problem, it's because the mistrust. 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 So between one side, we have done have the about the procedure of or Miss Dr. Asma said about the requirement, who are the one to being a good nadir. So it's very conventional in Indonesia, but it's very dangerous for the management of wakaf.
This is what I can say is a culture of corruption, something like that.
I guess so.
I'm very ashamed.
We have the lack of the apa namanya tanggung jawab ya,
responsibility,
lack of responsibility, lack of trust, lack of vision.
Okay, thank you. If there is no questions, more questions, because this 7 minutes to go, I think we better close this session. And thank you very much for Dr. Asmak, and we have to give applause to her for the beautiful presentations today.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then now, because this is the end of our discussion session, and then now this is for certificate submissions and closing from the IAIN Pekalongan from the committee. So I'll give the time back to Bapak Ali Gufron. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, well, thank you very much to the moderator, Ibu Titien, and also to the last speaker, Dr. Asmak. Well, everybody, welcome back with me again. And now we are at the end of our program today. And as the series of our closing ceremony, we will have a certificate submission to the speaker and also to the moderator. Well, the first certificate will be given to our speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Asmak Abdul Rahman. Please, committee. Okay, this is the certificate. Thank you very much to Dr. Asmak for your insightful and great presentation about wakaf.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. The next certificate will be given to our great moderator today, Ibu Titien Soebari, M.Ed, Ph.D. Please, committee.
Okay, thank you very much for
Okay.
the certificates. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ibu Titin. That was a great job. Okay. Okay. That's all. I think my task as the master of ceremony for today's program is over. Thank you all audiences, speakers, moderators, and all participants. I apologize if I made mistakes during this program. And finally, I say, Wallahul muwafiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Tsumma salam. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, you
Assalamualaikum.
are allowed to leave the Zoom. Yes.
Okay.
Ya, silahkan tim IT.
Tunggu ya tesnya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati peserta virtual field trip 2021. Nanti kita akan dari tim IT operator mengirimkan sebuah link yang silakan nanti diisi, dan kami tidak mengizinkan link ini di-share atau sebar di luar forum ini, karena ini sifatnya adalah privasi dari keperluan Pascasarjana sendiri. Khawatir ketika nanti kami share untuk bisa disalahgunakan, karena di dalamnya terdapat auto untuk pengiriman e-sertifikat. Kami sarankan Bapak Ibu harap diperhatikan untuk pengisian nama dan alamat email. Berkali-kali kegiatan virtual masih berpengalaman untuk banyak yang tidak sampai. Oke, silakan di Bapak Ibu, linknya akan saya share. Untuk nanti pengisian kita batasi sampai pukul jam 6 sore atau pukul 18.00. Silakan untuk dicek di room chat Bapak Ibu. Dan kami sarankan untuk bisa mengisi melalui PC ataupun laptop. Boleh HP jika memang speknya untuk memadai.
Itu HTTPS atau TTPS, Pak?
Gimana?
Itu
mohon nanti
tulisannya TTPS.
Tidak jelas Mas, apa ini? Suaranya masih ada masuk, suara ngaji. Ini monggo masuki, Mas Mohamad Uki. Mau ada yang ditanyakan untuk linknya? Oke, linknya akan kami kirim lagi. Silakan.
Linknya Prof, TTPS itu, bukan HTTPS.
Linknya belum bisa diklik. Belum bisa diklik, ini belum bisa diisi.
Kita akan ulang. Untuk kopinya kurang lengkap. Oke, silakan diisi.
Oh ya, ini bisa, biru.
Ya,
biru.
tadi kopinya kurang lengkap.
Ya,
Bapak Ibu, kami harapkan untuk lebih detail untuk penulisan nama ya, karena untuk menjadi landasan kita untuk pembuatan e-sertifikatnya dan alamat email. Kita nanti akan close pada pukul 18.00. Monggo jika ada yang ingin ditanyakan, kalau tidak silakan untuk diisi sampai nanti jam 6 sore. Jika sudah yang mengisi dan berhasil, bisa dicek pada email masing-masing dan diperbolehkan atau dipersilakan untuk live pada Meet ini. Jadi kalau sudah submit, nanti dicek lagi di email Bapak Ibu sekalian. Kemudian kalau sudah berhasil, silakan untuk live ataupun meninggalkan Zoom meetingnya. Nanti kita akan tutup Zoom meeting pada pukul jam 3:30 ya. Berarti ada waktu sekitar 30 menit pengisian.
Halo Mas Dedi.
Bagaimana Bu Sus?
Oh ya, kalau sudah isi kan boleh live ya.
Boleh Bu, jika sudah live itu bisa nanti dicek di email. Oke.
Sertifikat saya sudah masuk, Pak. Bisa live ya, Pak?
Ya, silakan.
Ya, Pak. Terima kasih, Pak ya.
Sama-sama. Semangat.
Maaf Pak Suhaiza. Pak Suhaiza. Baik, Pak Suhaiza.
Ya, gimana?
Untuk yang bagian please subscribe our YouTube channel Pascasarjana IAIN Pekalongan TV itu milihnya yang IAG atau not subscribe, Pak?
Yang nanti saya buka dulu.
Ya.
Untuk institusinya itu ditulis IAIN, terus kemudian untuk ini mensubscribe, jadi mensubscribe channel YouTube yang di Pascasarjana.
Jadi milihnya yang IAG kalau not, Pak?
Iya, tapi nanti Mas Kuku bisa mensubscribe beneran, no? Jadi beneran untuk Mas Kuku bisa mensubscribe. Enggak dosa dan juga itu tidak berbayar.
Amal ibadah.
Amal ibadah menjadi amal jariah.
Mas Kuku mantap, Mas Kuku. Itu paling kritis itu, Pak.
Oh ya, mantap, Kak. Kita tuh harus butuh mahasiswa-mahasiswa yang memberikan masukan untuk kebaikan pasca ke depan, kan begitu.
Siap.
Ya, mudah-mudahan Bapak Ibu sekalian diberi kelancaran.
Terima kasih ya, Mas.
Ya, sama-sama. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah sampun.
Ya, selamat dan mudah-mudahan untuk menjadi persyaratan apa Mas kalau masuki persyaratan apa? Tesis, ujian tesis ya. Bisa dilancarkan semua, amin. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Pak, saya sudah.
Sama-sama.
Saya live ya Pak.
Iya.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Saya juga udah ini Pak, saya izin live Pak ya.
Ya,
terima kasih banyak.
Ya, sama-sama.
Ahmad Subati.
Monitor gimana Pak?
Saya kok belum udah itu apa? Udah tak itu kok belum muncul di email Pak.
Belum masuk ke email. Oke, atas nama?
Iya belum. Isnandar.
Masukin dicek kan Isnandar.
J.
Ya, kami cek dulu.
Iya.
Saya sudah Pak, izin live ya Pak.
Ya, terima kasih Pak.
Oke, sama-sama Pak.
Ya. Iskandar sudah masuk datanya, tapi mungkin ada kesalahan email, nanti saya kirim lewat jenis Japri, enggak apa-apa, nanti di pin nomor saya Pak, WA-nya Pak Iskandar. Isnandar Pak Iskandar? Isnandar.
Isnandar Pak. Oke.
Ya, itu sudah masuk.
Sudah masuk. Oh, oke.
Oke. Cuma mungkin ada kesalahan alamat email.
Alamat email. Oh, oke Pak. Oke.
Nah, itu di WA nomor saya, nanti akan saya kirim file.
Oh iya. Nomor di pin ya Pak?
Iya.
Oke, Pak, 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 Isnandar Pak. Oke Pak. Oke Pak,
Beberapa orang sing ngisi email iki kok. Bisa. Bisa pakai bahasa Inggris yang Indonesia. Bisa kayak kalian terjemahan kae. Translator. Ngerti maksud banget itu. Ngerti Dedi?
Oke, masuk Pak. Alhamdulillah. Terima kasih.
Ya, sama-sama. Pak Isnandar sudah masuk ya?
Oke, Pak. Sampun sebelumnya terima kasih Pak nggih.
Iya, sama-sama.
Nah, ini sing ngisi email. Aku kira terus belum jadi freelancer.